Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream brought to you by the Storm Podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcast 5. We'll go live on extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It is meteorologist Brady Harris here. And guys, this is Outbreak. Welcome to Outbreak. For those that, maybe it's your first time joining. Well, it is going to be your first time joining. We are the Stormfront Freaks, and we have quite a show for you today. We are so excited to introduce a new live format where myself and other freaks are going to be joining from time to time, like you just saw Phil right there. We're going to be nowcasting severe weather. We're going to be looking at severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, maybe even hurricanes and blizzards and everything in between. We won't go live every single severe weather event, but we will go live whenever there's a big one like today. So for those that are watching, this is an exclusive sneak peek. We're only opening this up to a very small group of people. We want to test this. We want to make sure we get it right. So if you guys have feedback following this show, you think we should have done this, we should have done that, we would love to hear from you. And you can email us at stormfrontfreaks.com. You can tweet us, or you can talk to us via any of our other social media platforms. But guys, I just want to say I am so excited and I am really, really ready to get this rolling. So first of all, I also want to thank our Patreon members for those that support us. You guys are awesome. And we wanted to give you guys this exclusive sneak peek of Outbreak before everyone else, because ultimately what you guys do helps us run this and helps us run the Stormfront Freaks. And so I want to extend my gratitude to you guys for any level that you donate at. And if you want to become a Patreon member, go to stormfrontfreaks.com and check out the Patreon section, or you can go to Patreon and look up Stormfront Freaks, and there's kind of different levels you can subscribe to. So that's a great help to us. Also want to plug, if you enjoy this content, go to our YouTube channel, subscribe, right? That also helps us tremendously. So go to Stormfront Freaks on YouTube and check us out there. Obviously, you guys are liking us or watching us here right now. So just hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. So anytime we go live, you'll get notified, right? Like today. So all right, guys. Well, let's start to talk about what is going on right now. And let me go ahead and share my screen. And what we're going to do to start things off, and this is how we're usually going to start shows, is we're going to look at what's the stage. I know we got severe weather going on out there right now. There's tornado warnings. We're going to get to that quickly. But what I wanted to do first is just kind of set the stage here so we can see what is going on, right? So today, there was there's a slight risk for severe weather over a large portion of the country. There is an enhanced risk for portions of eastern Oklahoma, southern Missouri, and northern Arkansas. And that's, I think, where we expect the kind of greatest concentration of storms to be. Although, I mean, if you look at the tornado threat, a 10% risk is pretty significant. 5% is no joke either. And that extends all the way into Illinois, into central Indiana, even into parts of Ohio. So, I think this is going to be a day that if you live in any of these states, really any of these areas, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, even parts of Kentucky, where our own Phil Johnson actually saw a tornado earlier, and we're going to show you some of the pictures he got from that, which were pretty insane. So we're gonna get to that in just a second. But if you live in any of these areas, tonight is going to be a night you're going to want to be weather aware. So we in the hail threat, the wind threat, there is some hail threats. There's a pretty significant hail threat down in parts of it kind of lining up with the enhanced risk. There is a wind threat as well. That's a pretty broad wind threat. So all severe modes are at play today, and we've already seen a couple of tornadoes, one touchdown. And we're still waiting on the National Weather Service to confirm that. But based upon the damage that our own Phil sent in, it would be hard pressed to think it was anything else than a tornado. So that's the stage. Now, what do we got going on? What are the synoptic? Now, when we say synoptic, we're talking about the like low pressures, high pressures, cold fronts, warm fronts, right? What are those factors at play? And this comes from the National Weather Service website, and you can see there's a low centered over, and there's a couple kind of broad areas of low pressure centered over the central part of the country. And you have this warm front, which was your catalyst for storms yesterday, and your catalyst for some of the storms to initiate originally today. That is kind of lifted to the north. And then down here, you also have a cold front and a dry line that, as we go throughout the day, right, you can see this is a little bit further in the frame. That's going to start to slide into areas of Arkansas, Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, and that's going to be a big trigger for a lot of those storms. And to be honest, they're already ongoing. So that's what kind of triggered these storms today. Now, something else I think that's interesting to see on our models here is you can see these are the dew points, and if you wondered what was going to be the cause, do we have enough energy for storms? Do we have do we have any lift in the atmosphere? We do, right? Because you can see right in central Oklahoma and continuing on up into parts of northern Illinois, even northern Ohio, there's a clear boundary where there's dew points, right? And dew points are just a measure of how much water you have in the atmosphere. So the higher the number, the higher the water. So when you see this pretty strong contrast here, that's a front, right? That's a cold front. That's a dry line. And what that can cause is that's going to be where your focal point of your storms are. So as we go throughout the night, that starts to push to the east and push to the south in areas in Ohio and Indiana and Illinois, and that's going to be a big trigger for severe thunderstorms that we're going to get coming throughout this afternoon, evening. And I think we're going to have a pretty busy afternoon and evening. Now I want to switch gears and show you guys some of the severe weather parameters that we're looking at, right? Because I think it's really important to look at, will there be, for severe thunderstorms, you need lift, right? You need moisture, which we just looked at that. There's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. 60-degree dew points are very high, and they're plenty high for thunderstorms. And then you need shear, right? You need wind changing direction with height as you go. And this that we're looking at right now, this parameter is called helicity. Now this parameter basically shows you as a thunderstorm is going and traveling in the atmosphere, right? Is there enough spinning motion to be able to cause tornadoes? So helicity helps us kind of measure what is the tendency. Will a storm rotate, right? And will it rotate in possibly produce tornadoes? So this is one of the parameters that we look at. And if I stop it here, this is about 6 p.m., 5 p.m. tonight. There's some helicity down here in these areas, but actually the greatest amount of helicity that we have, at least at the surface, and then let's look at 0 to 3 kilometers. Both of those values, okay, that's a little bit more significant helicity values. Both of those are plenty enough for tornadoes. So areas from Ohio to Indiana to Illinois to Missouri, you're going to see plenty of rotating updrafts in those areas. Now let's look at CAPE. And what is CAPE? So CAPE is a measure of how much energy a storm can pull into. That's another big parameter a storm has to have. And you can see anything really over 500 to 1,000 is good for, good enough for a storm to form, if it has the other kind of parameters there. But, this is going through tonight. This is at 6 p.m. tonight, values down here, 3,000, 2,000, even 1,000 into Ohio and Indiana. That's plenty. So these storms are going to have plenty of juice moving through, and this environment is going to be actually pretty conductive to thunderstorms. So, All right, switching gears here. So now we're going to look at what are the radiosondes. So when we say radiosondes, like this is called a SKU-T. Basically, the National Weather Service every X amount of hours launches a weather balloon up in the atmosphere, and what that does is it gives us a vertical kind of representation. What is the atmosphere like, right? And that can tell us whether it's, we're going to get big storms, we're going to get small storms, we're not going to get any storms. And so actually they did a special drop today in some areas. They did one in Ohio, they did one in, Illinois, and they did one in Missouri. And just to kind of, and we'll go into more specifics later on, but this sounding right here, this is, that's not good news for those that are in those areas. There's plenty of CAPE. There's plenty of, and they just did another one, so it kicked me out. There's plenty of CAPE. There's plenty of energy, right? We also look for the shear, and then the helicity, and there's plenty here. So you don't want to see this type of sounding. The difference between this dotted line and this red line, that's your storm energy, right? When you see this big kind of area in the center part of the screen, that's not good. That means the storms are going to have a lot of juice, which is not good. So, all right, guys. Well, let's go over to the satellite, and I promise we're almost going to get to the radar here. But let's look at what is currently ongoing, and this is actually, and I'll put it in motion here. So you can see here's that kind of front back here, right? I think that's that dry line generally, and the cold front. So it's lagging a little bit behind, but you have some thunderstorms. You can tell right in the center part of the screen. These are going to be trouble, right? Because these are going into an area of really favorable conditions to supercells. And you also have this complex down here. This is where this is currently a line of thunderstorms that I'll show you in just a second. And that line has produced a couple of tornado warnings. And there have been a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings from this. There's I'll show you on the radar in just a second. But this line of storms also is moving into a pretty favorable environment. So both of these complexes are going to be what we're going to be watching for the majority of the stream as they kind of progress east. Each one, right now these are more supercells. This is more of just a straight line. So both of those we're going to have to keep in mind as we go throughout the evening. And lastly, just want to show the current conditions right now. So here are these storms that we just looked at. That was that kind of cluster of storms starting to develop. And this is that line of storms that's currently moving through western Arkansas and southern Missouri. This is CAPE that we're looking at right now. This is once again how much energy the atmosphere has. There's plenty of juice in the atmosphere for these storms to form. So these storms that are starting to move into Illinois, into Indiana, are going to have plenty of juice to keep going and probably strengthen, to be honest. And let's look at surface shear. Wind shear is basically wind at terms with height, and there's plenty of shear. There's 70, 80 knots of shear, which is plenty for thunderstorms to start rotating. And then looking at helicity here, yeah, we've got a good amount of helicity that these storms can tap into. So this environment is primed, it's ready to go, and it's already producing a couple of tornado warnings that we'll take a look at in just 1 second. All right, I want to bring in Phil. So Phil experience this morning, and I'm actually going to show some of the photos you took. Give us a quick, how did your storm chase go, and what did you see?
Well, I'll tell you what, Brady, this morning, as I woke up, I had no intention, last night, yesterday, of thinking I actually would chase today. I'm on my way back right now, heading back home. But I got up this morning and I saw the SPC outlook and kind of thought, because obviously they extended that 5% tornado area into Ohio. And so it made me then decide that, okay, let's take a look at this. Looked at the College of DuPage models, specifically the HRRR model, and started looking at those 4 things you just talked about, right? What does it take for a tornado to potentially form and grow? And so I looked at the model, and you could see that there was going to be a line of storms coming through earlier in the afternoon. Obviously tonight it looks like there could still be some additional cells growing this evening, but I saw that initial line and I thought it was probably worth heading out. I actually had to go to the dentist in the morning, went to the dentist and then got out, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do it. And you know what I noticed was on the tail end of this line of storms, which you being from Ohio, you know, we get a lot of this, right? We get a lot of the QLCS lines of storms, and sometimes there are tornadoes embedded in that, but they're usually not very strong and they're usually short-lived. And so it's hard to chase those because you're talking about a line of storms probably moving 50, 60 miles an hour. And you got to kind of get lucky to find where in that line of storms could there become a tornado or a kink. But it looked like there was going to be the potential for a lot of helicity in southern Indiana.
Yep, I saw that too.
And so that's kind of what I targeted. I targeted southern Indiana, and so I headed out. And as the storm started happening, there were a couple spots, you know, in the middle of the line further north approaching Indianapolis that I almost bid on. But again, they were just short-lived, maybe little circulations. And so I just said, you know what, let's just stick south where it looked like the environment was going to be a little better. And sure enough, the south end started, I just hung with it the whole time. This was east of Scottsburg, Indiana. And I could see, you know, cute little wall cloud kind of forming on, you know, at the tail end of these storms. And what happened, Brady, is there's actually a cell that broke off. So there's a supercell that broke off and started heading due east while the line of storms was going northeast. And I was on a perfect road that went east-west, and the sucker was moving, you know, probably 50 miles an hour. So it was moving. So I was trying to stay ahead of it the whole time. I'd get ahead, I'd get out, I'd look around. Again, you could kind of see where rotation was happening, but nothing hit yet. So I kept moving east, get out, look, kept moving east, get out and look. And finally it was in Madison, Indiana, which unfortunately was a little bit bigger city on this east-west road that I knew, shoot, it's going to slow me down because I got to go through this town. Yeah. But it was wild. It was right before I got on the road that paralleled the river, the Ohio River. And I got on that, right before I got on that road is when I saw the tornado. And the funnel wasn't completely condensed. And I was looking through the trees. Unfortunately, there's no leaves on the trees yet. And you could see, and when I get my dash cam footage out, I'll probably have a little better footage. But you can
look at that spin. Look at that spin
in the air. You could see the rotation.
That thing went right over top of you, Phil. We're literally watching it, and that thing went. You could actually see some debris spinning in the air. That rotation went right over top of you.
So, and this was about when it was really starting to develop a hook echo in the God, what am I thinking now?
Wow, look at all the debris too raining. Oh my gosh.
What's the I can't think of what's the it's not velocity, it's reflectivity. So the reflectivity radar, you can see that hook echo. And on the velocity, you could start to see that couplet really starting to form. And so the problem is I was trying to get through this town, and I was in the bear's cage. I was getting the RFD hail. I was getting hailed on, heavy rain. And so my goal was just hopefully trying on this river road, trying to get ahead of it. And there were a couple times I could see in the trees, the motion in the trees. So again, I knew, and on the radar, I was under this thing the whole time, and the tornado was probably just ahead of me to the right the entire time. And what happened was all of a sudden I came on the road. I was completely blocked by a 40-yard trash bin that got blown onto the road, and it was completely blocking the road. And it must have just happened because when I got there, there was a house right to my left that was damaged, and they still hadn't gotten out of the house yet. And so I got out and I started shouting, and at that point it kind of became a search and rescue mission.
Oh my goodness.
Fortunately, the people that were in the house were okay. And then unfortunately, right along the river, there's all these camper camps, and so a lot of camper trailers. And so this one that was right there that just got destroyed, and so it was search and rescue, making sure no one was there and no one was hurt. Fortunately, no one was there at the time.
Thank goodness.
We kind of went up and down that road, and there was just damage all over. But fortunately, no one was hurt. So that was
thank goodness. Wow. Yeah. I mean, Phil, we're looking at the damage, the videos you posted. I mean, this is just no doubt it was a tornado. I mean, from the video you sent with the debris, I mean, that tornado went right over top of your head with that debris. And then now, I mean, this damage, that is crazy. And it looks like a strong, I mean, I don't know about, like, did it seem like it was stronger? Like, you know, I obviously you can't say what EF it was, but this does not look like an EF0 tornado, right?
Well, so this was in near Brooksburg, Indiana, right across the river from Carrollton, Kentucky. And you could hear all the sirens and people shouting across the river, because very similar camp area that also got hit across the river. So, you know, if you ever think tornadoes can't cross rivers or can't do damage in a riverbed, any of those fallacies are certainly false, and that proved it today.
Wow. Well, Phil, thankful that you were okay, because you basically did experience almost a direct hit from a tornado, which is pretty remarkable. Some of the footage you got. Are you still chasing, Phil, right now?
No, I'm not. I'm almost home. As soon as I get home, I'll have to jump off the stream for a little bit before I jump back on. But I'll try and pull my dash cam footage as well and see if we can find anything there.
Oh, those really
yeah, great. We'll when you pull that footage, if it's when you join back, we'll share it. Yeah, we'll keep, because I think we're going to see more of this coming, sadly, today. Not only out of, because this is just south of I think you said in Indiana and parts of northern Kentucky. I think we're going to see, hopefully we don't see more of this, but we could, just based on the radar signatures I'm seeing. So
yeah, I would agree. It looked like there could be some more discrete cells early this evening. So I was looking in the Indiana area, as far as central to eastern Indiana and western Ohio.
Yep.
Northern Kentucky. Yeah, that whole area.
Yep. Yeah. And with that, I think let's go ahead and pull up the radar and see what we got currently, because we've got a couple areas. You can see we're going to try and keep up with the tornado warnings on the bottom of the screen. As they come in, we will try to continually update those. Those won't be comprehensive, though. We'll try to make them as comprehensive as possible. But those will be mostly new warnings that are coming in right now. So let's look at the radar, and we're going to take a look. There's two really big areas of storms. There's this area in parts of Missouri and Illinois. Those are very nasty storms that are currently ongoing. A couple of tornado warnings, so we're going to go storm to storm on that. And then let's also look at this second area of storms moving through areas of eastern Oklahoma and western Missouri. And I think really western Arkansas. Let's first start with the storms up here in just about to cross the line. We've got several storms. This storm right now it's about to be in St. Charles and areas northwest of St. Charles. If you're on, Highway 94, this is currently tornado warned. It's radar indicated, which what that means is the radar. No one's necessarily seen it yet or hasn't been confirmed. But if we look on radar, right, and we'll look at the velocity here. Okay, so that's pretty general rotation. What we're looking for is areas that green is going towards the radar, red is going away from the radar. So any areas where you see kind of green and red mixed, in bright colors, that is an area of strong rotation. So this storm just looks like it has broad rotation, doesn't necessarily have any strong rotation yet. And we can look at the warning and see. Yeah, so it's anytime you see this language, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, that means they think there could be a tornado with this, or this storm could spawn a tornado at any point. So if you're in areas, O'Fallon, this storm is going right over top of you right now. St. Peter's, this storm is just to your north, but you're still in the danger zone. And that's actually the latest scan that just updated. Anyone in Gardnerville, Elm Point, Campville, Bochertown, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing these names, Cul-de-sac, that's a pretty cool name of a town. You guys need to take shelter right now because this storm is those are pretty strong hail values. So regardless of if there is a tornado with this storm, there is going to be some pretty large hail with that. All right, so let's look at this other storm too, and we'll be kind of jumping around from storm to storm here as we go through the worst of the worst. I'll try and hit the big ones, and then we'll kind of switch areas. But this storm actually looks pretty interesting. We're gonna have to watch this one pretty close. Let's look at so this is the reflectivity. This is this notch right here is a classic hook echo. I know those of you that know me know I like using the term hook echo, but this is a nasty kind of hook echo here. And let's look at the velocity and see what we got. Okay, so that's not great. Once again, red is going to be kind of rotating around the storm this way. So red is the winds are moving like that. Green, winds are moving like that. That is a kind of a broad area of rotation. And, it could be tightening up very quickly. There could be a tornado with this one. Let's see if this is radar indicated okay. So this is another radar indicated tornado warning, but this velocity, when I say velocity, think wind. This wind radar image that we're seeing is not good. That means that this could be wrapping up pretty quickly and developing a tornado. So if you live in Maystown areas of Monroe City, Chafflin Bridge, just kind of zooming really far in. This storm is right on top of you. Madonnaville, named after hopefully Madonna. I guess we'll see. But Burkesville, St. Joe, Burkesville Station, all of you guys should be getting into your tornado shelters right now because this storm is nasty. And when you see radar signatures like this is a pretty good indication that there's going to be a wall cloud probably with this thing, and there could be a tornado. There's a lot of, the southern part of this storm I think this storm is just getting started. So if you live in any of those areas, take shelter right now because there could be a tornado on the ground. Yep. Must have missed Columbus. Yeah, Columbus got some storms earlier. We are expecting another round tonight. So the storms that we got earlier don't necessarily take that and say the event's over. There's going to be these storms that we're looking at now are going to be sliding our way throughout the evening. So if you live in really anywhere in Indianapolis, Columbus right now has nothing on the radar. They've got some storms to the north, but anywhere really in central Ohio, Indianapolis, southern Indiana, you guys are going to want to stay weather aware because these storms that we're looking at right now that are tornado warned, they're going to be pushing your way. So, yep. Yeah, Garrett, Milton, Kentucky did get dinged. And I think that might have been where Phil was at, I believe, or around that area. I have to look it up, but I think that might have been where Phil saw the damage. Yeah, that I would expect there to be a confirmed tornado from this. All right, let's go back and look at what else we got. So really, any of these storms right now, I think, are a threat to good tornado warrant. We do have 2 active tornado warnings in this area. These are the only 2 tornado warnings that we have active right now. So if there are other ones that come up, we'll make sure to show you them. But these are the only 2 warnings that are currently active right now that we're looking at. Let's take a look at some of these other storms and see what we got. See if there's any rotation in these. Okay, so this storm just north of Waverly does have a broad area of rotation if you look at it. All right, you got winds going that way, winds going that way. There's your rotation. It's not as strong as the one to the south, but this is going to be another storm today that we are going to have to keep our eyes on because all of these storms are in a pretty nasty environment and they are ripe. All right. We'll come back to the radar in just a second. Let's I believe we just had a tornado watch that was just issued for a couple areas. So let's go back to the home. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. We've got a couple things to get through. Let's go through the active watches at first, just to show people areas of danger. We'll start here. This is a tornado watch that was issued for Oklahoma City, actually areas just east of Oklahoma City. That includes, McAllister, Tulsa, does not include Oklahoma City. That includes that storm complex that we have yet to look at. They don't have any warnings out currently for those, but that is an area that we'll have to watch. And this is pretty strong wording from the National Weather Service that there's moderate risk for tornadoes and moderate risk for EF2 tornadoes. Those are strong tornadoes. EF2 plus is a very strong tornado. So looks like in the wind and severe hail is also a high risk out of that one. So if you live in any of these areas, we got a tornado watch for that area. Any of these storms that we have could go tornadic. So keep on the eye for any warnings. Wow, this is a busy day, guys. This does not usually happen. My first day streaming, of course, this happens, which is what you love, right? But yeah, obviously, hopefully everyone is safe today. That's really the most important part, is that if you're in any of these zones, you make sure you stay weather aware and you make sure that you have a plan if there is a tornado warning that occurs. Because if there is one that occurs, you gotta act fast. Sometimes you don't have much time between when the warning has occurred and when the storm hits. So you got to make sure that you act fast and you make sure that you have a plan and you know where you're going to go, right? All right, so let's look at the second tornado warning. So this was issued at 1:30 Central Time, which is 2:30. So this was issued quite a bit ago. These storms are the storms that we just looked at. They're progressing across the Illinois border. So these storms are clearly have a tornadic potential to them. So any of those, we're going to want to, areas of southern Missouri, southern Illinois. And I think we're going to look at the next tornado watch here in just a sec. But this tornado watch, it seems like the National Weather Service thinks that we won't necessarily, at strong tornadoes, EF2 plus is lower risk. So that's good news, right? That's good news. We like to see that, but there's still a moderate risk of tornadoes, which means it's a pretty good chance that we're going to see at least 1 or 2 tornadoes or more in this area. All right, this watch that we see right here was just issued 17 minutes ago. So this is for central Indiana, southern parts of southern Indiana, central Ohio, northern Ohio, Columbus, Dayton, Indianapolis, Lafayette, Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Findlay, Ohio. I think it just hits Mansfield. This is the most current tornado watch, and once again, looks like tornadoes are moderate chance of occurring. So that's pretty high for Ohio, especially in Indiana. Illinois gets more, and then we could get some hail and some wind from this. But when you see a tornado watch like this that's issued, and you can see this wording, a few tornadoes likely, that's pretty strong wording for this part of the country. So those that live in those areas, take this tornado watch seriously. You're not in any immediate danger yet, but as these storms push to the east, you're going to see them start to materialize into possibly, most likely strong storms, and maybe even some severe weather, maybe even some sort of tornadoes, I should say. Okay. All right, let's go back to the radar. Let's check back in on our tornado warnings. Garrett Beverly, one of our Patreon members, or patron, as I like to say, he just sent this in the chat, and actually, he just sent this in the chat. So this is a good reminder for those that are outside. I'm sure there's probably it's been really nice in this part of the country, so there's probably a lot of people doing outdoor activities possibly today in these areas. If you're outside with nowhere to go, and you're in the middle of a field, or you don't necessarily have any shelter to get to, you want to try and get as low as possible, like Garrett was saying. Find a ditch, right? Try and find the lowest point possible that you can find to get in during one of these, if you're stuck outside in one of these tornadoes. But the ideal position is in in the most interior room in your house with as little windows as possible. Or no windows, actually, would be best. You don't want windows if you can avoid that. All right, so let's take a look at these. So still now we have 4 active tornado warnings. Okay. So none to the south. We have, oh wow, okay. Let's look at this storm up in Indianapolis. 2, I just wanted to mention while I'm pulling this up, we have something, it's a pretty cool feature that you can do. You can call into the show and leave a message, and we can then play that message on the actual show. If you go to stormfrontfreaks.com, and you'll see I'll put the link in the chat for everyone watching. What you can do is you can actually send us a message. So if you go to the website that I'm putting in the chat, you can go and leave us a message by hitting the start recording button. So if you were to hit start recording here, it would record, and then you would say, I think you have a minute or 2 minutes, and you could let us know what you're seeing out there. Are you seeing any storms? Are you seeing any tornadoes? Are you seeing any thunderstorms pushing your way, right? What are you seeing? Go ahead and leave us a message. It's actually a pretty cool feature you can do. I will see those. I might not see them. I should see them pretty close after you leave the message. And then I'll listen to it and possibly play it on the show. So that's a really cool feature that we're doing is you can go to that website I sent you and record a message. All right. Wow. All right, there's quite a few tornado warnings. Let me put these in the chat so we can see. Okay, we got 2 new tornado warnings that were just issued. This is for this storm up just south of Fort Wayne. So this is right where that new tornado watch was issued. That's a broad kind of area rotation. Another radar indicated tornado warning. So, but this could, right. You got winds going that way, winds going that way. It's not incredibly tight yet. There's actually a couple areas of rotation. There's one actually here as well. So I would guess there's probably not a tornado on the ground. But if you live in any of these areas, you're going to want to get shelter. North Hill, Sweetster, you're probably out of it, but I'd still get the shelter. You're in the warning. North Hills, North Marion, any of those areas that you see, this storm actually has a couple areas of rotation, and when you see that means it's trying to get its act together. And these things can change quickly. So I would get in shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I believe this is just north of Marion, Indiana, and it's south of Wabash, south of LaFontaine, and the frame just updated. So yeah, if you're in North Hills, North Marion, get to shelter now, because this rotation just in the last frame tightened up a little bit. And so if you're in any of these areas, if you're in Limtown, Shadeland, Hanfield, if you're near or if you live near or know someone that lives near any of those areas, tell them to get to shelter now, because this storm is really starting to kind of wrap up here on the backside. You can see this kind of hook start to develop. That's not good news. That means it's starting to rotate. All right, let's switch back to our storms over here. Oh wow. I think there's a new, I believe, is on that storm just south of Springfield. Oh my goodness, this is not good. I just saw this, people. This storm, that is a prototypical hook echo. And if I look at velocity, I would bet that we're not going to see any values that we want to see. Let's look at our velocity here. Yeah, we've got really strong inflow coming in here, and you've got some kind of outflow pushing in that way. So this tornado might not be on the ground yet, but anytime you see that kind of radar signature, that is not good. That's a classic supercell. Supercells is what we get a lot of strong tornadoes from. So that is not the radar that you want to see. And I think this is, yeah, it's still radar indicated. So this isn't necessarily, no one's confirmed this tornado is on the ground, but this storm, that is a dangerous radar signature. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you live in, Louder, Thayer, Tower Heights, Auburn. I know these are smaller towns. Deveron. This storm is a nasty storm. This is in central Illinois, just kind of this, maybe about 20, 30 miles to the south of Lincoln, and just south of Springfield. That is a nasty, nasty radar image. You do not want to see that when you're looking at these kind of storms. Phil, I see you made it home. Good of you to join. All right, let's look at this other tornado, some of these other tornado warnings down here and see what we got. Man, there's a lot going on right now. We got a total of 5 tornado warnings. That one we just showed you in central Illinois, just south of Springfield, that's a dangerous storm. Another one moving through Alton right now, Alton, Illinois, just to the east of St. Charles. It just moved through areas of northern St. Charles. Let's look at the rotation on this. Okay, so broad area of rotation. Let's look at this radar and see if we can see anything else with this. Okay, so they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning on this. So this storm is kind of falling apart a little bit. My guess would be the fact that they've extended this severe thunderstorm warning means that there could be an extension of the tornado warning, but my guess is if they would have extended, they most likely would have extended the tornado warning. But regardless, this has large hail.
So Garrett Beverly's watching, one of our Patreon VIP teams, said there's a lot of open air ahead of that line for the instability to develop, but I don't think the low-level shear is high.
Well, let's look at it. Yeah, he's got a point. So what we're looking at now is shear, and what shear is it's turning of the winds with height in the atmosphere. So you have winds maybe that are weaker at the surface and maybe coming from the north or coming from the south, and then as you go up higher in the atmosphere, maybe the winds come out of the east and are stronger. So that's wind shears. Wind changes direction and speed with height. And so, yeah, I think this is the 0 to 1 kilometer, which is 0 to 1 kilometers in the atmosphere. And there's not a lot of wind shear out ahead of these storms, at least at the surface. Now, you do have some, as you go up a little higher, you do have some better wind shear. Yep.
I don't know if you've mentioned, Brady, but if anybody watching, if you're in or around these areas that we're talking about, maybe the storms have passed, maybe they're coming, and you want to leave us a voice message that we can play on the air about what you're seeing or what you've seen. Maybe you've got a relevant story about storms in those areas that you recall, or maybe you're seeing something like we just saw with Garrett checking the low level shear. If you're seeing something that we haven't covered yet or that we haven't seen yet, if you use the QR code in the upper right hand corner of the screen, or just go to stormfrontfreaks.com/outbreak, and you've got an opportunity to just record a simple voicemail for us and give us something to play on the air as well.
Yep. Yeah, we mentioned that a little bit ago, and
awesome.
But the QR code, I put the website in the chat, but this QR code is also cool because you can scan it with your phone. So if you would rather scan it with your phone, go ahead and pull up your camera and then look at that, and then you can that'll take you directly to the website, and then leave us a message. We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, so Garrett, you were right about the low level shear, but there is quite a bit of there's shear higher in the atmosphere, and there is actually a good amount of helicity, especially in Ohio, and there is a decent amount in Illinois and Indiana. So these storms. Let's check out the Cape. Yeah, so these storms have had plenty of energy, 1,500 to 2,500 Cape, but we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. All right, so this is that one storm that we wow, man.
Is there a new tornado warning on that
7?
north storm?
Yeah, I think we might have a new tornado warning. We do.
Getting close to Taylorville.
Are you talking about the one in Indiana?
Good question.
Yeah, there was.
No, it's Illinois. It's Illinois. I didn't see that one in Indiana. I see it now.
They just issued another one for this. Let's look at the velocity and see what we can see. Oh wow, that's. Let's look at the Fort Wayne radar. Okay, so that's a pretty broad area of rotation, but we are far away from the radar. So the further away from the radar, the higher in the storm you see, generally. So we could be looking at this could be higher up in the storm. So that's why this, even though it doesn't look that strong, when you have this with green and red next to each other, this storm is definitely rotating. And it could be even stronger at the surface. Let's look at it in motion. Sometimes you can see the rotation in motion. Yeah. Yeah, just looking on the radar image, you got your winds wrapping around this way, and then you got your inflow coming into the storm. And as those two kind of collide, they start to rotate around this point. So this storm does have a nasty look to it. Still radar indicated tornado warning, but it is not a good looking storm. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one in Indiana. And then Phil, which is the storm you saw in Springfield, or was that just south of Springfield?
So I was looking at, it looked like there were two in Illinois near Auburn and Verdon.
Yeah, this is that storm. We showed the hook a little bit ago, and this is a nasty, nasty supercell. It's got a couple areas of rotation. That's why it has two warnings. It has this area up here, right? This area down here. A couple areas of rotation. You could have you could have two tornadoes with this thing, which is just crazy. Guys, too, send us your pictures. Send us your. I'm going to put up a quick graphic right now. Send them to Stormcat 5 on Twitter or Instagram, or you can also send them to Stormfront Freaks if you tag us. Now that Phil's on, he can see those. If I'm just on, just send them to me, or you can send them to the Stormfront Freaks account as well. But we would love to see if you guys have pictures, if you guys are out in the field as these storms move through, send them to us. We'll put them on the show so we can get visuals of this thing.
Hey, meteorologist Brady Harris, Nick Wheeler asked, what's Westerville looking like around 7:30 to 9?
Yeah, let's look at that. So, wow. So, Nick, I'll pull that up. While we're pulling that up, they just extended that tornado warning in Auburn and Farmersville. They just extended this out. This is a pretty big area to put in the tornado warning. So We got a new tornado warning there. I think our sound. We tried to wire this in with the sound effects, but there. Okay, there it is. When we get a new tornado warning, but sometimes it's a little delayed. So if you're in Taylorsville, this is a strong storm. You're going to want to take shelter. And Nick, I promise I'm going to get to you, but I just want to relay this information. We got Thayer, Deveron, just south of Pawnee. Taylorsville is the big city that this is targeting. If you're in any of those areas, this storm is dangerous, and it's definitely a supercell. It's got plenty of energy to work with, nothing impeding it. I hope it's not dropping a tornado, but it could be. So if you're in any of these areas, please take shelter.
That's loud.
Is it?
I turned the volume down a little bit on it, but yeah.
Good call.
It does. Did you mention, Brady, in Indiana, they extended that tornado warning north of Marion?
North of Marion. Yeah. I think that's
okay.
This one that we're looking at, I believe. Still 7 tornado warnings right now. So, oh yeah, yep, yeah. That's this storm up here. Yeah, we were just looking at that just a second ago.
Okay.
All right. So Nick Wheeler wanted to know what is tonight looking like, and this is actually a good. We'll come right back to the tornado warnings because I know these are pretty. We always like to stay with those as long as we can, but let's just quickly look at what will tonight look like I'm just going to do the Ohio Valley. So keep in mind, this is one weather model, but these storms are going to, let me just go back to a previous. These storms are going to continue pushing to the east, and even more of them are actually going to develop. So from about 7, say, to 9, you're going to have a couple of waves of storms that move through Indiana, Illinois, and then kind of continuing to move through Ohio. So I think we're going to have a line of storms that develops later tonight. This is tonight at 12 a.m. If I rewind, this is tonight at 9 p.m. So I think, did he say in Ohio?
I think he said Westerville 7:30 to 9:30.
It's pretty specific.
Or 7:30 to 9.
I like that. So I think you're probably going to have some storms in the area. This is at 9 p.m. This is at 7 p.m. So I would expect some thunderstorms to be in and around the area, if not right on top of you. So won't be a great night to go to the park, unfortunately.
So I'm looking at that circulation in Indiana.
Yeah.
It is set to arrive in about 10 minutes to the Hanfield Landis area of Grant County, Indiana. And in about 30 minutes, Doyle Ferguson area of Van Buren and Grant County in Indiana.
Yep. Yeah, currently this tornado warning that we're looking at now, this is the only one in Indiana right now. The rest of the tornado warnings are in Illinois, and we don't have any tornado warnings yet with these storms in Oklahoma. So we'll show those, but I try to focus on the biggest threats. So that tornado warning that Phil just mentioned right now is for Van Buren and I believe Grant, Indiana, Wabash, Indiana, some of the other places that are included in this tornado warning. It's about to move into Mount Zion, Reefsburg, and really a lot of these small towns out in front of this are going to want to take shelter immediately, even if you don't actually have the tornado warning underneath or for you yet. This storm is coming, and it's a very strong rotation with this thing. So let's see some other things. See if we can see if there's any debris with this or not.
And then also just an update on the tornado warning, Monroe County, Illinois. Looks like Valmeyer is in the path in about 10 minutes, and Mayorstown in about 30 minutes.
Yep, I think that's this one right here, I believe. I think this is still radar indicated, so yeah. Oh, hey, Phil, we got our first message from Nick Wheeler.
Want me to screen it?
I think I can stream it. Wait, hold on. Let me
Screen it.
Oh yeah. Go ahead and screen it.
All right, I'll screen it first.
Yeah.
Then I'll let.
Yep. Appreciate you guys all bearing with us. We are we wanted to air this to this group of people to get your guys' feedback to see what is it like, what do we like, what do we not like, and ultimately to make this the best it can be going forward. All right, so let's look at the velocity on this one. Okay. So this has got a broad area of rotation. Nothing that's too impressive yet. All of these tools we use as meteorologists to figure out if a tornado's on the ground or not, right? Because it's hard to do on radar. So we have a couple of different ways that we do that. One is through the look of the storm. So you can see that's got a classic hook shape. That's one factor we look for. So for those that are looking at the radars by themselves, if you see a hook like this, that means, okay, this storm could be rotating. Maybe that's a supercell. The second thing we look at is the velocity, which velocity, that's wind. And we look for green and red next to each other, a little bit like this. This is kind of disorganized rotation, but green and red next to each other means winds rotating. And, you kind of usually will see green and red next to each other right in that hook, right? So you can kind of see it in this one. If I switch back to the reflectivity, you can see there's the hook. And the green and red area that we had was right there as well, right? It's a little bit broad, but so those are a couple of things we look for to see, okay, can we see a tornado on radar? Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that. I don't think any tornadoes are impacting the new Fortnite season. I know they're coming out with a new one soon, but I don't think any of these tornadoes are actually going to have any impacts on Fortnite, which I don't play anymore, at least. All right, let's bounce back and see what other tornado warnings we got. Okay, this one is just south of St. Louis. We have not taken a look at this one yet, so let's look at that one. Wow. This one's crazy because this is literally two storms that are almost joined at the hip, if you will. And there's a couple areas of rotation that we got.
Is this the one south of St. Louis?
This is the one south of St. Louis, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's showing pretty strong circulation. Looks like it's going to be State Road 29 in Monroe County in about 10 minutes. Hecker, Monroe County in 20 minutes. And that's jumping into Illinois at that point.
Yep. We actually have,
Illinois.
Phil, with this, we actually have two areas of rotation. So there's one that's moving right through Redbud right now. The second one is about to move through Foltz.
Yep, that was the one I talked about was the first, the one leading out front east.
Yep. Yeah, it's moving right through Rosebud. So if you live really in any of these areas, Rosebud or Redbud, not Rosebud, you need to get to shelter right now. New Athens, Lensburg, Old Marissa. This is a pretty strong area of rotation. And then coming right behind it is another strong area of rotation. So, wow. Yeah, you can see look at the hook on this thing, Phil. This is starting to wrap up pretty good.
Yep.
This has got some info. It doesn't have a hook, but that's still.
Yeah, that back one looks like be near Valmeyer, Illinois in 10 minutes. And again, Maystown in 30 minutes.
Yep.
Just so you know, the voice message also relates to Fortnite if you feel like playing it.
Well, he did. Nick Wheeler did our first one. We got to play it. I feel like. Let's see.
I was just playing Fortnite, and the craziest thing happens when I'm running around. I see this huge tornado just coming into the distance, and my PC just starts blowing up everywhere.
Interesting. Well, Nick,
I mean, it's a stretch. You could say it might be a relevant story. Maybe
it could be. It could be. I'm curious. I'm gonna have to follow up with this Nick Wheeler and see if he actually saw a tornado, because I don't know if I buy it.
All right, Lindsay Ross kind of asking similar question. What time will these storms hit central Ohio?
Yeah. All right. We got a lot of people on from Ohio. So we showed a model earlier. The storms are going to hit Ohio probably around anywhere from 7:30 to 9 to 10. Right now, Lindsay, if I'd show you these storms are in Indiana, about to cross the Indiana-Ohio border. The ones you got to watch for are these ones directly to the west. So there are going to be some more time. These storms are generally moving this way. These storms are kind of sliding across the warm front this way. So, central Ohio, which I think you asked about, will probably be another 2 hours before we see these storms impact us. But just based upon the conditions in the atmosphere, I expect them probably to hold together until then. They might combine into a line, but as we saw a couple of weeks ago or a week or two ago, where we had those tornadoes in Ohio, those lines can still spawn severe weather into the overnight. So, going to want to make sure that you don't have to necessarily stay awake, but keep the alerts on your phone available. And make sure you have your tornado warnings turned on. Wow, look at this. This thing just keeps getting worse and worse. So this one's got 2 areas of rotation. And look at that hail, 2.5 inches in diameter. That is strong. Look at the check this out, guys. This is the satellite. I'm actually going to zoom in a little further. Show you these storms. So this is why we have such a big problem right now, because all of this area has had plenty of time to heat up in the sun. There are some clouds, but there have not been a lot of clouds today. So even in parts of Ohio and Indiana, they've had plenty of time to destabilize as the sun heats things up. And we've got some, you can see these storms up here explode, and these storms down here already, we're already ongoing, but they've kind of merged together. But, You don't want to see, whenever you see this on satellite, you've got some really, 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 really tall, strong thunderstorms that are moving through. Whenever you see this these are almost look like they're bubbling over. Those are called overshooting tops. That means we've got some very, very strong storms, very strong updrafts. And some of these are even rotating, which is not a good sign to see.
I've got Brady. I'm going to share. I've got a camera in St. Louis currently as you cross the bridge from Illinois to St. Louis. I think storms are kind of starting to pass that a little bit, but
Phil? Is that looking south?
I think that's looking due west.
Due west. Okay. Yeah.
Due west across the river into St. Louis.
You do have a pretty nasty looking storm directly to the northwest, and you can probably see that on there. Barely. There's no warning on it or anything, but there is a nasty storm right to the west.
Yeah, radar looks like it's the storms are going roughly right over this camera and have just passed according to radar. So if the radar was looking up, you probably see a little bit more on that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well, keep an eye on that, Phil, because there's another storm to the west that is I'm surprised it's not warned. It's the storm in New Florence, and that has really not much rotation, but it's got the classic supercell look, so it's got to be rotating.
And that's due west?
Due west, right in New Florence. Wow. All right, so we haven't had any yeah, Phil, this is that storm right here that I was talking about.
Okay, so a little, west northwest. Got it.
Yeah, west northwest.
I see that now. Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, it's got a pretty classic structure. It's small and not much rotation, but I mean, it's got the hook, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. All right, let's check back into our storm up in just south of Fort Wayne. So we haven't had any new tornado warnings issued in the past 5 minutes, but we still have them ongoing. And let's look. Wow, this is some really big hail. Right, whenever you see the bright colors here, that means that we're getting big hail. All right, let's look at the velocity. Okay, so you got a pretty good area of rotation. I'm actually surprised they have not extended this tornado warning. I would expect them to extend this east if you live areas in Nottingham, Keystone, Petroleum. These are a lot of town names after construction equipment. I guess not construction equipment, but if you live in any of these towns, this storm is nasty. And I mean, I am so very, very surprised that there is not a tornado warning extending, because let's look at the velocity on the latest scan. Yeah, that's a very, okay, there it is. They just issued another tornado warning. Radar indicated, so it's tough to probably keep up with these now. So now we have a total of 4 tornado warnings going on right now. This is the newest one, and I think we're I'll turn that off. If you're in any of the areas that we just mentioned, this storm is eventually going to move towards Geneva, Indiana. It's moving pretty much due east. So, and I'll put this thing in motion here, and I think I can actually draw a that's a line, yeah. So it's moving pretty much due east. So if you're in any of these areas, in the path of this storm, for Wells, Indiana, I believe it was just issued for that particular area. If you're in that area, get to shelter now, because this is a nasty storm that has a pretty strong area of rotation, and I could see this dropping a tornado at any point. So yep. So this is radar indicated, so no one has confirmed this yet, but that's one of the strongest signatures we've seen yet so far today.
Another camera coming out of St. Louis. This is on I-70 in Illinois, northeast of St. Louis. So obviously it's a photo snapshot.
Yeah, they're getting dumped on by rain right now.
Yeah, it looks dark there.
All right, so let's go back to these other tornado warnings that we see. All right, let's see if anything has changed with these storms. Okay, this is a nasty storm going into Taylorsville. This is the one we were looking at that was in Auburn a little bit ago. And they just, I believe that they just extended or they just issued this warning, I believe. And let's look at the rotation to see what we got. Okay, so broad area of rotation, nothing incredibly strong just yet, but still enough to probably indicate a tornado warning. Right in there would be where you could have your tornado. So Phil, while we're kind of looking at these tornadoes, let's go back to the footage that you saw earlier. And I mean, this picture I feel like is unfortunately pretty indicative of a tornado, and a strong one at that. That's a tree. Is that a trailer that's wrapped around that tree?
So that's a trailer, yeah, like an RV camper trailer. Which crazy. Those you can get obviously wind up underneath them, and it's kind of another reason why trailer parks are not great places to shelter. But the tree was just shredded, right? So you see the shredded tree, and then the camper trailer wrapped around the tree.
Yeah.
The winds must not have been too bad.
I don't know. I mean, that yeah, looks like metal bent right there. I know that's probably tin from the trailer, but that's crazy.
I'm working on pulling some of my footage from the dash cam, so hopefully I'll have something here in a bit.
Yep. All right. Remember, guys, if you have any footage like that, it doesn't have to be as cool as that, right? I'd love to see anything, any pictures you guys got out in the field. I'd love to see all that information. We will show it on the show. Send it in. All right. right. Let's take a look at our. We have not looked at these storms down in just going into northern Missouri, because this area was actually the area that we had our. If we overlay the outlook for today, this was actually the area that we had the highest. We had the enhanced risk, whereas into Indianapolis, into Columbus, into Louisville, St. Louis, those areas that we're seeing most of our tornado warnings in, if not all of our tornado warnings in, those areas have we're just under a slight risk. The area that we were at the beginning of the day that we were most concerned about was the enhanced risk, which was down here in southern parts of Missouri, northern parts of Arkansas, eastern parts of Oklahoma. And I don't think that we've had a tornado warning yet from this area. So I think that's a good thing, right? And I think that is because there isn't as much helicity, and some of these storms are now organized into a line, which is harder to kind of get some of these storms. But regardless, these storms are still dangerous storms that pack large hail and strong wind, and are in an environment that could rotate, where these storms could rotate as they continue pushing to the east. And so I would we'll keep an eye on these as we go. But for now, a lot of these storms, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings, but we don't have any tornado warnings yet. So, and then you got this big, strong line. And let's take a look at these winds and see what we got, because I think this looks like it's pretty strong. Oh, wow. Because anywhere you see these bright colors, that's winds in excess of 70 miles an hour. And that's exactly what this warning is. So if you're in any of these areas out in front of this, let me go back to the radar. Centerville, Eminence, Summersville, you're getting hit right now. Ellington, even to the north, Steelsville, St. James, you're probably going to get the very northern edge of this line. The strongest winds of this sucker are going to be right here, right in the center. So anyone, and then there's going to be strong winds out here too, and strong winds here. But anyone in the path of this storm, you're going to want to get ready for some pretty strong wind headed your way. And that's, once again, in southern parts of Missouri. I almost wanted to say Vibranium when I looked at that town name, but that is not that. That is Verbunium. Verbunum. Yeah. Sorry, guys. All right. Let's go ahead. I think we got a couple new tornado watches actually that were just issued. So let's go through those real quick, and then we'll get back to the radar. All right. So we got a tornado watch that was issued 33 minutes ago. This is for the central part of Arkansas. And this is that line of storms we just looked at. That's already under a tornado watch. But this southern part is actually for these storms that are in eastern Oklahoma. So there still is a pretty good chance for some strong storms, some tornadoes possible in central part of Oklahoma or central part of Arkansas. So as these storms push into your area, if you're in this watch includes Little Rock. I think El Dorado is down there. So some it seems like that the language is a little bit less strong than some of the northern warnings, but still tornadoes are possible, along with large hail and very large hail and some strong winds. So that's the newest tornado watch that we got.
So the one storm, Brady, you were tracking that was kind of west, little northwest of St. Louis, did go thunderstorm warned.
Yep.
Now, I'll pull up that video across the bridge.
Yep. Yeah, it's got a classic supercell structure. Not very strong rotation yet with this thing, but yeah, you can see it right there.
So you can start to see it on the right a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the base of that storm right there. It's pretty clear base, which means I think it's starting to strengthen, continuing to build. It's got a pretty good inflow notch, and there's plenty of room out in front of this thing. So this thing could only go up from there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Ooh. Just issued actually for that storm just south of Fort Wayne. Let's take a look at that and see what that's looking like. Okay, wow. We've got a couple of areas of rotation with this thing. That is some large hail. If you're in Lynn Grove, you're about to be in Bernie. Pushing into this thing's about to cross the Indiana-Ohio line. It's just south of Decatur, Indiana. This thing has got some major hail, and let's look at the velocity. It's got actually two areas of rotation with this. One here and a weaker one here. But either one of these, especially the one behind it, the one to the west, this could be producing a tornado. If you're in Geneva, you need to get to your shelter right now, because this storm is a dangerous storm. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but you could have a tornado with this. You're pretty much guaranteed to have hail if you're in Lynn Grove. If you're in Bernie, Indiana, both of those areas are going to see some really large hail in just a sec. If you're just south of that in Geneva, or in I think these are pretty small towns, but if you're in any of these towns, or you know anyone in any of these towns, tell them to get to their safe spot right now, because this storm is moving fast and it's moving directly for you. And wow, that latest radar signature, that rotation just tightened up significantly. And I think this is actually taking a little bit to update, but that latest radar scan, that is not what you want to see if you're living in these areas. So that there could be a tornado with this storm. There's a lot of lightning with it. There's a ton of big hail. So this is just about to push across the Indiana-Ohio line. So people in Salina, Ohio, St. Mary's, Ohio, Mercer, Ohio, start to figure out a plan, or you should already have a plan figured out, but start to think about getting to your safe spot, because this storm is moving into an area of a lot of cape, a lot of moisture. There's unfortunately there's nothing really stopping this storm as it's moving to the east, at least for the next about 30 minutes to an hour. This storm, it's got plenty of runway to deal with. So if you're in any of these areas, start thinking about getting to shelter.
And again, it's moving 70 miles an hour. The storm is. So it is hauling ass.
It's hauling ass and taking names. And you can see it's only just in the past couple of frames, the rotation's gotten stronger, the hook's gotten more defined, and the inflow actually has gotten more defined too, which means this thing is only getting stronger. So I would expect this tornado warning, if this thing keeps holding together, this is going to continue on into Ohio. So if you live any of those areas just to the east of this, Salina, Rockford, St. Mary's, even places like Lima start to be making preparations, because this storm is headed. It might go just to the south of you, but these storms can sometimes move erratically. So I would be prepared there as well.
So again, a look at the St. Louis, looking into Missouri on the Illinois side. You can see that base of that storm becoming a little more defined.
Look at that.
Again, it's just severe thunderstorm warned at this point, but it is also moving very fast.
It is, and I mean, look on at the very center of that. Whoops. Sorry, my mic just fell.
Moving 55 miles an hour. It's reporting 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, Phil, you can see right at the center of that camera, right where that sun's poking through. That is a really healthy updraft. So that storm's just going to keep strengthening as it moves off to the east. Phil, I actually want to quickly show that storm we were just looking at. This could just be noise, but I'm really, really, really hoping that this is not a debris ball.
Is that the one in Indiana?
Yep.
Okay.
This is the one we were just looking at that we said was a dangerous storm.
Yep. Right by Bernie, or coming into Bern.
It's coming into Geneva, Indiana.
Geneva and Bern. Yep. Geneva's on the south end of the warning. Bern is on the kind of central north end of that.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Bern's going to get in on some of the large hail. And then Geneva looks like it's, I really hope that this is not, okay, this could be some noise. This isn't as defined as it was, but anytime you see blues, dark blues, even blacks, especially this isn't as defined, right? Like this isn't as defined as it was. This could just be some noise. But in some previous frames, I actually saw it kind of in more of a circular shape. That could be debris. Actually, it's the latest scan isn't as pronounced, which is a good thing. But you'll hear us talk about debris ball at some point, and this is not a debris ball. It's kind of weakened, but anytime you see these colors in a ball shape on this radar, and it also is at the same spot as the hook, that's usually a pretty good sign that we've got a tornado on the ground, and possibly a strong tornado. Yeah, and this storm, they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning into Ohio. So that's the National Weather Service saying, hey, we know this is going to be a bad storm. And I just because a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued doesn't mean a tornado warning won't be issued. So if you live in any of these areas included in this severe thunderstorm warning, be aware, because this storm is a mean storm, and it's going to move your way. And as it does, I would expect a tornado warning might be issued on top of a severe thunderstorm warning. So. All right, looks like we just got another tornado warning has just been issued, and and actually it was issued about maybe 10 minutes ago. So let's look at this one. This is just to the southeast of St. Louis. This is that same storm that produced that warning before. This is that, if you remember, to about maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago, this storm was that combined storm that we had those two rotations on. And let's look at the velocity. Oh, wow. Look at that, Phil.
Yep, tightening up.
That is nasty.
It's getting pretty tight. You can see the rotation just in the colors to kind of show you that curl.
Yep. Yeah. This is exactly what the winds are doing with this storm. And that is not the signature you want to see. I would expect there to be possibly, this is still a radar indicated tornado, but I could see this producing just with the rotation the way it is. This is possibly a strong tornado that could be on the ground. Haven't gotten confirmation yet. The National Weather Service hasn't gotten confirmation yet, but this thing is got a pretty strong rotation on it. So
this I'm going to share from today. This was again down in Madison, Indiana. I took a screenshot of the radar image, both velocity and reflectivity, and you can see, as Brady's talking about the hook and all that, and you can see on the left, right, is the reflectivity of that tornado as it was near Madison. And you can also see the couplet on the right where you see the green and kind of the white in this case, those two colors getting right next to each other, which means that circulation was just tightening up. And of course I was like, must have been right under it.
Yeah.
my location identifier was right there in the middle of it.
When I saw that rotation, and when I saw that picture, I was like, oh my gosh, he's literally right on top of a tornado. And that damage is, there's no doubt that thing was wrapping up quite nicely. It almost seems like, because you could see when you played the video, you could see the debris going over top of your head.
Eastern Daylight Time for the
But you couldn't see the funnel wasn't necessarily solid yet, but it was there because there was debris there.
Right. And actually I've since seen some videos of the tornado going across the river from some people that live on the river and kind of had a high viewpoint because it was a river valley. And the whole time it wasn't a real highly condensed tornado, but you could definitely see the the rotation and the water of the river rotating around the funnel, and it was intense.
That's crazy. I can't even imagine what that would have been like to be there.
Yeah.
All right, so we just got a question from Michael Baird. He asked, anything headed to Chicago tonight? Let's look. I think for the most part, you can see here's your warm front. Most of the storms are going to stay to the south of that warm front. So we won't, we're not necessarily expecting any, I'm not going to say we won't get storms, but most of the severe weather is going to be to your south and to your east. But we can double check on that to make sure that you are in the clear. So this is just the simulated radar. I can kind of show you. For the most part, storms are going to be to your south and to your east. So if you live in central Illinois, central Indiana, southern Indiana, those are going to be the areas that are under the gun. But for the most part, Chicago should stay out of the big severe weather. I know we've had some tornado warnings in Chicago recently, and I don't think we've actually any touchdowns, but you guys have had some severe weather at the beginning, I believe, of March. But today, I don't think is going to be your day for that. You should stay relatively. Might get a couple of sprinkles here or there, but I don't expect any significant severe weather, at least like we're going to see in parts of the Ohio Valley and other areas around there. So. All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look back at our storms here in central Missouri. Actually, let's look at these storms down here. I know we've got some active tornado warnings. We'll get right back to those. There haven't been any net new tornado warnings yet. We've got a total of 4 right now active. Some of these storms down here do look like they've got, just looking at them on radar, they have that look, right? Especially this storm about to move into Fort Coffee. Wonder if they've got good coffee there. Probably. This has got a pretty strong inflow notch, pretty strong rotation. That's some radar noise. So, but there's some rotation there. That's probably why that a lot of these are severe thunderstorm warned. This one down here, just south of Waldron, has some rotation. Once again, all of these storms are rotating today. Most of the storms that I've seen that have had, even the ones with severe thunderstorm warnings, are all rotating. So this is a very, very conductive environment for some storms today.
All right, so I'm playing around with some of my footage. And this was for my dash cam, this is my rear cam of my dash cam. And if you play at regular speed, you look right in the center. So this is looking behind me as I'm, again, trying to hopscotch the storm. The funnel there is right dead center. And if I speed it up, you can kind of see it. Now it's a little bit off to the left.
Yeah.
Coming back center again.
Oh, my.
So this was when I was at least jumping to get ahead of it again. Looks like it kind of died out, but that was just one that I've seen here where it's
wow. And that's your forward camera, right? That's not your rear camera.
That's the rear camera. So
it was chasing
going
you
away
then.
from it. Yeah, at that point it was chasing me. What would happen is I'd kind of get a little bit out ahead of it, and again, this thing's going 50, 55 miles an hour. I'd get out a little bit ahead of it, and I'd get out because I didn't always know exactly where it was. I just knew I was close, right? And I'd get out to look around, and then I'd see it. I might take a photo or something. I'd see at least where the circulation was. And then all of a sudden the RFD would hit me with heavy rain and sometimes hail. So I'd quick jump in my car, drive again for a while to get out ahead of it. And so this was an example of where I'd probably stopped back there a ways, got in the RFD and got going, and then got out ahead of it again. But my rear cam was catching it.
Got it. RFD, for those that don't know too, is rear flank downdraft. So that's winds that come out of the back of a storm, right?
Yeah, winds and rain. The rain's wrapping around there a lot of times. Might get the hail again in that hook. When you see that hook, if you're, let's say the storm's going east, if you get behind the hook on the west side of it, you got to drive through that rain and sometimes hail that's kind of wrapping around the circulation. You got to drive through that again to get to where maybe the tornado is or the circulation is.
Yep. Any middle of the night storms for Columbus, asking for the dogs? Well, I think yes. You will get some Middle of the night storms for sure moving through central Ohio. This is about 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 p.m. Probably right when they're going to move through, I would think. You might get one wave moving through earlier at about 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. And you'll get a second wave possibly behind it around 12 or 1. So it's probably going to be a noisy night for a lot of the country. So if you have dogs or cats even, they might be waking up and they might be waking you up. Phil, I'm looking on the satellite, and I'm thinking another area we're going to have to keep our eye on is some of these storms down here in southern Ohio. If you can see here on the satellite, you have the outflow from these storms pushing this way, and you can actually kind of see that outflow pushing, and then you already have a boundary that's setting up here. So there could be some additional storms that pop. You can actually see in the last couple of frames here. This is a pretty good indicator of some higher level cumulus clouds developing, which is the start of thunderstorms. So I would bet that there's probably going to be some additional storms that pop right along this line that continue right through central Ohio, and they're moving into a very conductive environment for storms, at least in west central Ohio. So we'll have to keep an eye on those storms as well. All right, let's check back with things. Okay, so we have a total of 4 tornado warnings currently, and let's see if anyone have been issued recently. Actually, one was just issued right now, it looks like. Yep. So this is actually a new tornado warning that was just issued for Findlay, Ohio. So let's take a look at this right now, and let's see what it looks like. So let's find a radar. This is in a little bit of a radar hole. So we're going to have a tough time seeing this storm, but let's see if the Cleveland radar can pick this up.
Yeah, it's right downtown. I mean, it's right over downtown that it's heading.
Yep. Let's look at a different angle, see if this radar picks anything up. So a lot of this storm is like in the worst possible spot right now because a lot of these radars are far away, which just makes it harder to see what's actually going on in this storm. But this is a tornado warning that was issued for areas in Ohio now. This is our first tornado warning in Ohio for Findlay, Ohio. And it runs through, I believe, if I see the details of this, it runs through 7:15 Eastern. So it was issued actually just a second ago at 6:45 p.m. And this tornado warning is for Findlay, areas just to the east as well, Springville, West Independence. All of you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm. We can't see necessarily inside of it to see if, what kind of rotation there is. It's too far away from a lot of these radar sites, but there's general rotation here, and there's strong winds. These dark blue colors are some radar noise, but these are very strong winds at the surface and higher levels of the atmosphere. So, and the fact that we have different colors next to each other is a pretty good indicator that there's some rotation there. So if you live in Findlay, Ohio, you need to be getting to your tornado shelter right now. That storm is right on top of you. And the last scan, this storm is is literally hitting Findlay right now. So get your shelter now. Anyone to the east of Findlay, directly to the east, you're also going to want to get to your shelter right now. This storm is moving right through downtown Findlay, so hope it's not producing a tornado. But if you are in Findlay, plan like it is. We also have a new tornado warning that was just issued too for Salina, Ohio as well. And I think this was issued just a second ago. And this was issued. This is that same storm that we saw in just east or in Geneva that moved through, that was tornado warned, and we'd said it could continue on into Ohio, and it did. And the National Weather Service have now issued a tornado warning for it. And let's look at what we got on the radar to see what this looks like. Okay, let's see if we can find a closer radar. Oh yeah. Yep, you've got some very healthy rotation with this thing. So if you live in Salina, St. Mary's, even into Wampakoneta, this storm is headed your way. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. So that's a meteorologist looking at the radar and saying, this looks like it could be a tornado. Let's look at the velocity. And that's why. Wow. That is very, very, very strong rotation. And it's a little disorganized, but it's starting to really wrap up and form. If you would have a tornado, it would be right in here. So Salina, you need to get to your safe spot right now, because this tornado is, if there is a tornado, it's right on top of you.
There's it looks like at least one mesoscale discussion was released about 20 minutes ago. For looks like Missouri area in Arkansas. There is also one released about 23 minutes ago for Indiana, Ohio.
Interesting.
Talking about potential tornado watch.
Yeah, so this area that we're looking at right now, this is in central Indiana. This is in parts of eastern Ohio. This is right where that Salina cell is. This is basically saying that the Storm Prediction Center thinks that this tornado threat is going to continue, and very large hail remains possible. Tornadoes remain possible with storms that remain discrete. So that's basically saying any storms that stay isolated by themselves are in an environment where they could go tornadic. So if this complex of storms starts forming into a line, then the tornado potential will decrease somewhat, and that will happen eventually. But right now, these storms are still fairly isolated from one another, which means they're gonna keep possibly pumping out tornadoes. Hopefully not, but they're in a pretty healthy environment as long as they stay isolated from one another. All right, let's look at that other mesoscale discussion, Phil, that you had said. All right, so this is for Arkansas, basically. And this is for that Boeing segment of storms that are currently ongoing in that area. And this is a good example about a line of storms, and this is what that complex to the north could do. But tornado potential is going to be a little bit lower in these areas, but you'll still have a threat for some large hail, and some large hail and wind are going to be your primary threats. But there is, as with any line, when you come through, there's always a chance you could get a tornado spin up. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Those storms down in Arkansas and in southern Missouri, because those are still nasty storms, and some of those are isolated. So and there's plenty of energy out in front of this. So these storms will continue to strengthen as they move off to the east. Okay. Wow. Look at that, Phil. Look at that rotation really starting to wrap up now.
Yep. Which storm is that?
That is the Salina, Ohio, moving east. I believe.
Finley?
Yeah. No, this is not the Finley one. This is the one that just crossed.
Oh, got it. You're right. Just crossed the Indiana border. Yep.
Just crossed the
I'm with
Indiana
you.
border. Yeah. Tornado and golf ball size hail with this storm. I'm trying to see how fast it's moving to the east. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. So this storm is scooting right along. If there is a tornado with this storm, you most likely are not going to be able to see it. That is a very, very, very strong radar signature. At least on the backside of this, you got some really strong winds wrapping around. If the inflow can get its act together and can you wrap it around, you could have a tornado on the ground at this point, but it's most likely going to be rain wrapped. So any tornado you have, you're not going to most likely be able to see.
Some more footage I'll share with you because I'm kind of going through that as well. Brady, again, I'm going to share as I was heading. This is from my rear dash cam again, so I was kind of running away from it. But if you look just kind of left here over the trees as I just play normal time, do you see that dust plume come up from the surface?
Oh, yeah.
I'll play that again. So there must have been a brief touchdown there at some point.
I think your video might be froze, Phil.
Is it?
Yeah. That's a good shot, though. You can see right in the center of that low point, or that what looks like kind of cloud that's hanging down. That's the funnel, right?
Yeah, it's right off to the left. I'm trying to see if I can then at least try and freeze it on the. Go back here just a little bit. See if it's showing on the screen. Yeah, it's not. So must be frozen.
That's okay. Well, guys, we got a busy day right now. There is a total of 5 tornado warnings, 42 severe thunderstorm warnings. There is a total of, wow. Look how I don't know if I ever remember this many watches issued at once. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado watches basically covering the majority of the slight risk area and the enhanced risk area. And then you have a severe thunderstorm watch issued on the tail end of that. You literally have watches covering the entire area, which is, I mean, that's it's almost 50 million people right there that are under tornado watches right now, and at the threat of in the threat for tornadoes. Garrett says rotation around Salina seems to be getting tighter. Yes. That was that storm that we just looked at. Let's pull that up again. Yeah, that's... I think this is actually a different radar we were looking at. Let's use this radar. That's the one we were looking at. Yeah. Yeah, that is not good. I would expect that this If you're going to have a tornado, it's somewhere in this region. That's your mesocyclone right there. You got winds going toward the radar, winds going away from the radar. Now, if we look at reflectivity, there's not much of a hook on this storm. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be when the rain. So that's even more dangerous. So those that are in Salina, St. Mary's, even St. Mary's, you're not in the warning yet, but I would start thinking about your safe spot, your safe place, and getting there quickly, because this storm is rushing towards you guys at about 45 miles an hour, and the storm is not going to wait for you to get to shelter. So if I were in St. Mary's, even in Wampakoneta, Ohio, I would start to think about getting to your place that's away from windows, away from exterior walls. Find the innermost room in your house without windows and get there on the lowest floor in your house. If you have a basement, go there. If you don't have a basement, find the innermost room in your house without any windows and get there. The storm is a nasty storm. All right, let's look at the storm just east of Findlay and see what we got going on there. Okay, still a broad area of rotation. It's hard to tell with this thing. You can't, because it's so far away from the radar, we're just not getting very good reception on this. So, still a dangerous storm, still capable of producing a tornado. It's going to pass. It just moved through Findlay, Ohio, and it's moving east at about, I believe, at 45 miles an hour. So if you're in Springville, Ohio, Frenchtown, Ohio, West Independence, New Regal, it's gonna just skirt the south edge of Tiffin, Ohio. So if you're in any of those areas, you are going to want to get to a shelter right now. You're not under any warnings just yet, but this storm is going to move your way and move your way quickly as this pushes off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So it's going to be on top of you guys pretty quick if you're in any of those areas. Hey, Phil, I wonder what the camera in St. Louis looks like. Because they're about surrounded right now. Oh, wow.
So it looks like something off to the right there. So maybe on the north side of the city.
Yeah, there's a storm just moved through St. Louis, and there is a new storm that's looking pretty nasty to the northwest. So we're probably able to see the very tail end of that. But directly to the west, I think you can see it off. You can't really see it in the distance, but there's a line of storms that has a tornado warning on it. So, and that's moving northeast towards St. Louis. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as this gets closer. It's really packing a punch too. This is that storm that I was talking about. So St. Louis.
Yeah. There's some.
Yeah. St. Louis is here. You got this storm that's moving.
That's coming. So, hey, I'm going to step off here just for a little bit, but I will keep the St. Louis camera available to you.
Cool.
And then also just a heads up, when you play the tornado warning siren, sometimes your voice gets lost
Okay.
in it, and then it'll catch up and you'll be fine. But you just play it a little bit and then stop it and start talking.
Yep. Good call.
Cool.
Or Phil,
right.
that plays automatically. I don't play that.
Yep, exactly.
We've got it coded in. We've got it coded into our system. That plays automatically, guys. I don't do that. I don't.
All
do
right,
that.
so I'll be back a little later, but
all right,
I'll keep that up for you.
All right, we'll keep following these. Thanks, Phil. All right, guys, we got 2 tornado warnings. Actually, 3 new tornado warnings that have just been issued. That we're gonna have to track these pretty closely here. We're gonna keep an eye on these storms in St. Louis. It doesn't look well. There's some really strong winds in these storms. So if you are in the Washington area or Marthasville area, in portions of western or eastern Missouri, you are going to want to take shelter, regardless of if there's a tornado or not. With these storms are packing a very, very, very strong winds capable of doing a ton of damage. So make sure that you guys take shelter as well. You also are under a tornado warning, so treat that seriously. I don't think there's necessarily a tornado on the ground right now, at least from what I can tell. But with these embedded lines, one can always spin up pretty quickly. So, and regardless, you're going to get very, 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 very strong winds. So. All right. So I think we might be getting a new tornado warning right now, just into the studio. Yep, we are. Yep. Amtech confirms it. Okay, so this new tornado warning is issued in Oklahoma. This was issued by Norman, which when you get a tornado warning issued by Norman, Oklahoma, it's usually because they get some pretty bad tornadoes out there. But let's see, this is radar indicated, and let's look at the velocity. Okay, so let's look and see if we have a closer radar, and we do not. So let's just use the Norman radar. All right, so this is a pretty nasty storm right now, just to the south, or I guess just to the northwest of Durant. And I believe this storm is moving off. It's moving this way. So if you live in Milburn, I think for those that are in Durant, you will most likely get another round of storms later. But this storm is moving to your north, so you are not in this warning currently. And it's moving right over top of right over top of a wildlife refuge. So hopefully all those animals are getting to shelter, because this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Now, if we look at the velocity, there isn't necessarily a strong signature, but you could get there's a little bit of rotation in there. You see that one little red pixel right at the center of your screen. You could and some stronger green pixels there. That means you've got some rotation. It's pretty weak, but once again, I think this is our first tornado warning of the day in Oklahoma City. Or I guess it's not in Oklahoma City. It was issued by Norman. This is one of our first tornado warnings of the day in Oklahoma. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms down here, even down into Dallas. Look, this is, wow. My goodness. This is down just to the northwest of Dallas, right? Just moved through Roanoke. It's headed towards Highland Village in Texas, Flower Mound. This is a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but it does have some. Doesn't have much rotation on it, but it does have a little bit of a hook on it. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that as that storm moves to the northeast towards Highland Village. All right, we got a couple new tornado warnings in, both in Ohio. Wow. Okay. Things are getting real tonight, folks. First night doing this, and that is, oh wow. Okay, so these are these two storms we looked at. Wow. Okay, so we have an observed tornado just to the east of Findlay here. This is that storm. We have 2 observed tornadoes in Ohio currently. Both of those storms that we've been following pretty closely. Let's look at the radar here and see if we can get this. See if we can get a better picture of this storm. So currently, right now, I'm just updating our tornado warnings. But currently, right now, the 2 tornado warnings that we have that are observed. Now, what does observed means? Observed means that these tornadoes have been seen by someone. And so it looks like that this tornado warning just to the east of Findlay, let's just read this real quick. Yep. Anytime you see this language, a confirmed tornado was located near Valnue or 9 miles east of Findlay. It's moving east at 40 miles an hour. So that means that someone has seen this tornado. They've either sent a picture, they've sent video. So this tornado is in fact on the ground, and it is moving through areas of Springville right now. Let's look at the velocity. Yes, you got a really, really strong signature right in if you're going to get the tornado, it would be right in here somewhere. So New Regal, Frenchtown, Berwick, even places in Mexico, Ohio, Sycamore, Ohio, Bloomville. I know those are smaller towns, but if you live in any of those areas, you need to get to your shelter right now, because this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground just south of Tiffin, Ohio. Tiffin, Ohio. I think this thing's going to go a little bit to your north, but I would still get to shelter just in case. But this is a nasty, nasty, nasty storm, and it is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. And let's look and see if we have any. Okay, so you could have some little bit of debris in there, maybe kind of trailing the storm. Let's see if it lines. Yeah. I think this is a debris signature right in here. What this means is the radar is picking up pieces, debris, picking up things that the storm might be throwing around, and it's able to, because most of the rest of this is rain, right? So it can tell, oh, hey, this isn't rain, this is something else entirely. And when you see that, you'll see kind of green, blue, dark blue things appear. When you see that, that could be an indication that there is debris in the atmosphere right now. So if you live in any of these areas, you are going to want to take shelter currently. Get to your safe space, which is at the lowest room in your house, the most interior room in your house without any windows. All right, let's take a look at this storm. This is that same storm we've been following that went right across the Ohio border, that moved through Geneva. Now it moved through Salina, and it's moving through St. Mary's and Wampakoneta, Ohio. This is another observed tornado, emergency management confirmed tornado by the EMA's emergency management. When you see that, that's a pretty good indicator that it's a reliable report. So this is a PDS tornado warning. That is the worst warning you can get is a PDS tornado warning. And there goes the sound. This is a particularly dangerous situation if you live in I'll turn that off. If you live in any of these areas, Wampakoneta, St. Mary's, you need to get to shelter right now. This is a, oh my goodness, this is not a good signature. This is about as classic as you will see with tornadoes in terms of the velocity. You got bright green next to bright red. That is a very, very telltale sign that there is a tornado on the ground, and this could be a big tornado. There's a little bit of debris, but the velocity does not lie. This is a strong tornado that's been observed. St. Mary's, it's moving through you guys right now. Glenwood, Moulton, Wampakoneta, Ohio. You guys are in the path of this very, very, very dangerous storm that is producing a tornado right now, and it is moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So this thing is hauling ass and taking names. So if you live in any of those regions, even in Waynesfield, Roundhead, New Hampshire, Ohio, this thing is moving right at you. Wampakoneta, this thing is about to be on top of you. So get to your shelter right now. Glenwood, this is on your doorstep right now. Get to your tornado shelter right now, because this is not a something you want to take lightly. Yep, Garrett. Yeah, this is one of our Patreon members. Garrett actually just called this out. That storm. This is that storm that we're looking at. That's just east of Salina, Ohio, and it actually is now developing 2 areas of rotation. So this thing could be splitting, one here, one here. This I wouldn't put it past this storm to be developing a secondary tornado or secondary circulation. That both very tight couplets. So we could actually have 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. I'm Jody Harris. I think this is possibly my mom. Talking to friends in Upper Sandusky, they are getting tons of confirmation that their buddies in Tiffin are landed in the basement. It's serious stuff over there. Yep. Yeah, that's this storm up here just to the south of Tiffin. Tiffin currently is right on the edge of a tornado warning. You guys are going to get hit with a pretty gnarly storm, but the tornado, if there is one, will go just south. It's pushing through New Regal, Melmore, Bloomville. Those are the areas that we got to be concerned about. Yep, Garrett, I think that this storm has shown, the storm in about to be in Wampakoneta has shown that it is a supercell, and oftentimes when you see these types of storms, they continue on for a long time. So, and that was what we were talking about when we were in when this storm was in Indiana, right? We had said that this could be a problem as it moves into Ohio, and this is not a good situation right now. So for those that are just joining us, we have a PDS tornado warning that's been issued for, I believe this is Auglaize County, or actually I think that's the storm to the north. This tornado warning is the highest tornado warning we can have. This is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. And there looks like there's actually 2 areas of rotation now. There is a one to the south and one just to the north. And both of those could have tornadoes that are on the ground. There was an observed tornado that was on the ground just back in St. Mary's. That is what prompted the PDS tornado warning, which is, once again, the highest level of tornado warning you can get. So this is a very, very, very serious situation for those that are in Wampakoneta, Ohio, Freiburg, St. John's. Let's get a little bit down more in details here. For those, anyone on Highway 33, right, or on State Route 25A, anyone that lives near those roads, if you're on Glenwood, just to your east on Main Street Road, the Riverview Estates, Beverly Hills, obviously Ohio, Grandview Estates, the Rolling Acres Estates, Oakwood Hills, Northridge Heights, all of those folks, you're in the path of possibly one tornado. And then further to the south, if you live, this looks like a little bit more rural, but if you live in any of these areas, on Burr Oak Road, just on Freiburg Drive, right, Leon Pat Drive, in the Glacial Hill Lakes, that neighborhood, you are in the path of possibly a tornado. There could be 2 tornadoes with this thing. That we've had confirmation of at least one by the National Weather Service, and there could be more that are developing. So please get to a safe place in the lowest building of your house and away from all windows and doors. All right, zooming out a little further. We have 2 other tornado warnings. One approaching St. Louis, and this is that camera. And that's actually pretty interesting. You can see a little bit of overhang, but that's not a tornado. That's most likely just some scud clouds. Sorry, I'm getting some text from some people that are chasing right now. I'm trying to see if they sent me anything. If you guys are out in the fields and you see anything, please share it with me on social media. Please, you can tweet me, Instagram me. My handle is at Stormcat5 with an underscore. So if there's if you have any pictures or video from today, if you have any live live stream information that you want to send my way, we'll put you on the stream, right? Assuming it's not a picture of someone playing Fortnite, right? Which apparently everyone loved. Everyone loved that today. I'm not sure why the chat was all about that, but send them to me on Instagram or Twitter, and I'll take a look and put them on the show. All right. So that was that storm in St. Louis. So we have a total of 4 tornado warnings right now. One is probably going to expire in St. Louis. That's the picture we just looked at. Let's just take a look at our other tornado warning down here in Oklahoma. Okay, so there's some rotation here. It's a radar indicated tornado, but there's a little bit of rotation with this storm. Definitely got a hook on it. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm as it progresses to the east. As a reminder too, guys, you can send me if you want to record a voice message and send to me. If you see that QR code in the top right-hand corner of the screen, if you take a picture of that or you scan it with your phone, you will be able to, it'll take you to our website where you can record a message and send it to me, and I will play it on the show, assuming it's not, something terrible, which hopefully you won't do that. But that is something you can do. All right. Garrett, I see you said something about right at Alexandria. Seems like this whole line, and you said something about Muncie. Yeah, Garrett, you were right on, because literally right as I was speaking, they just issued a tornado warning for Muncie. All right. Okay, this is the Indianapolis radar. Okay, yeah, this is also not a great radar signature, man. We are getting a lot. Basically, every storm we're looking at today is rotating, which is not good. That is not good indeed. So this storm is moving into Muncie. The tornado warning is for Muncie, Indiana, Selma, Indiana. Parker City's right on the edge of that. We've got some rotation here. Definitely got a hook. And let's see what this radar looks like. See if we can get a different view into this storm. Okay. Yep. That's what you were looking at. This circulation is definitely tightening up with this storm. Got winds going away from the radar here, winds going toward the radar here. They're going to start to spin, and we could have a serious situation on our hands in Muncie right now. Right now, this is just radar indicated, but this is a nasty storm. So if you live in Muncie, Indiana, get to shelter, get to a tornado shelter right now, because this storm is moving right at you, and it's going to be on top of you in a couple minutes here. So please, if you are in Muncie, Indiana, Selma, Indiana, New Burlington, even Gates Corner, start to think about getting to your shelter here. This storm is moving pretty much due east, so Gates Corner is in the warning, and I would get to your shelter, but still is not necessarily in the direct path unless this thing takes a turn. Parker City, Winchester, I'd start to think about getting to your safe space, because this storm is rotating, and the circulation is pretty tight. I would not be surprised if there was a tornado on the ground here in Muncie, Indiana, and about to move into downtown Muncie, which I know there's a lot of people. There's definitely some neighborhoods here. So please, especially if you're on the north side of Muncie, get to your safe place right now. The most interior room of your house, away from any windows. Man, guys, this is a crazy day. We are having some significant severe. We're watching a significant severe weather outbreak unfold right in front of our eyes, and this is usually don't like to spend this much time on radar, but you just can't. It's just evolving so quickly that we got to stay on it. Okay, let's take a look back at our tornado emergency in Wampakoneta. Wow. Okay, so they've downgraded this storm to, I say downgraded. It's now just a tornado warning. And wow, okay. Looks like we got a new tornado warning that was just issued for St. Louis, or I guess for Warren, Missouri. Trying to find it. I don't see it. All right. Well, that was weird. Anyway, okay. Actually, I think I know what that was for. That was for this tornado warning that was just extended from Wampakoneta, and now it includes St. John's, Gutman, Russell's Point, Lakeview, Bella Center, Round Head. Oh, that is not a good radar signature. That is Tyler Berry at Chasing Ohio had a good view of the St. Mary's storm 12 minutes ago. Yeah. We try to, unless people give us permission, we try to not show because we don't want to steal anyone's content. So we try to not show that on stream. Now, if someone tags us or tags us on Twitter or Instagram, we can then post that on the show. So if you have any content, just send it over to me at Stormcat5 on Twitter and Instagram. Probably Twitter would be best because I've got that open. So this is that storm. So this is a tornado warning is going to be for Shelby County, Logan County, Auglaize County, and Hardin County in Ohio. And this is that same storm that we've been following, where it produced a tornado or a possible tornado back in St. Mary's, prompted a tornado emergency where we had a confirmed tornado on the ground, and then recycled a little bit and actually developed into 2 rotations. And now is this north rotation in Wampakoneta is starting to weaken, and the southern rotation is starting to really take over. So anyone that lives directly east of this rotation, take shelter right now, because this is most likely that strong tornado that we had is recycling, and it's probably going to strengthen, unfortunately, and possibly drop another tornado quickly here in these areas. Yeah, that is not the radar signature you want to see. Wow. Yep. There's the latest frame, and that is not good news. This circulation has tightened way up and is now recycled almost, and is now a strong rotation. That's almost as bad as it gets. That's when you hear people say your velocity couplet, that is red, that is bright red and bright green next to each other. That is a very, very, very not good sign for anyone that lives in these areas. My guess is you guys could have a tornado that's on the ground or is about to be on the ground very quickly, because this is not a good velocity signature at all for those that live in these areas. Like we had said, Roundhead, Russell's Point, there's a lot of small towns here. So if you live directly to the east of this rotation, Gutman, Ohio, on Gutman Road, right? If you live on any of those roads surrounding that area, on Santa Fe, Ohio, I think these are pretty small towns, but still, this rotation, it's a pretty strong indicator that we have a tornado that, if not it is already on the ground, it will be on the ground shortly, because this storm has a history of producing storms or history of producing tornadoes. And wow, we're gonna have to keep an eye on the rotation behind it too. This is the area that was just under the tornado emergency. Has a broad area rotation. New Knoxville is not tornado warned yet, but this is a developing rotation. You can see wind streaming in this way, wind streaming around this way. It's a very broad area rotation. You can see the difference between the two. To the right, you have bright red next to bright green. That's a really tight circulation. Just to the west, you have a kind of darker red next to darker green. That isn't necessarily a strong rotation. It's broad, and that's why there's no tornado warning with this. But with this other storm, this is not good. That is not good. All right. I'm going to turn off the warm fronts and cold fronts, because we don't need that anymore, do we? Okay, so let's check on our tornado just to the south of Tiffin. Okay, so this was an observed tornado. It is now a radar indicated, so that's good news. It's still a tornado warning, and this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. So make sure you guys get to shelter right now if you live in these areas, because a tornado could drop at any point. And we got some new tornado warnings in, so I'm updating our graphic. All right. So right now, if you live, this storm just passed through Tiffin. It's passing through Melmore right now, St. Stephen's, Bloomville, Ohio, any of these areas, Attica, Ohio. You guys are getting some rain now. The storm's coming behind it. Take shelter. This is a pretty strong. There's some pretty strong winds in this thing. So you know, if you would have a tornado, it would be in this area right here, somewhere in here, maybe closer to that, right? That could be your tornado. Melmore, Ohio, like we said, Plankton, Ohio is a little bit south of where your rotation would be. St. Stephen's is directly in the path of this thing. So this is once again, not a good radar image. Could be a tornado on the ground here, moving directly east at about 40, 45 miles an hour. Okay, let's zoom out. Let's take a deep breath here and get our bearings. So we've got total of five tornado warnings. Looks like there was a new tornado warning. Yep. Crazy. This to happen. This was we expected there to be severe weather, but this is, I think, only a slight risk. So we knew there was a possibility for tornadoes, but not this many warnings, especially in this area. Okay, so our newest tornado warning is issued back in Illinois. So let's get this radar and see what we got. Okay, that's pretty classic. Okay, this is a yikes hodgepodge of there's a couplet, there's some rotation, there's just a lot of broad rotation here. So there are a couple areas where you could have a tornado. This is radar indicated, so not as strong of a signature as we were seeing, but nonetheless, if you live in this tornado warning, which is Lincoln, was issued by Lincoln, Illinois. It's for Coles, Illinois, Cumberland, Illinois, Shelby, Illinois. You're going to take shelter and wait till this thing is passed, because on a day like today, even if it's not a confirmed tornado, you don't want to take any chances with these storms. These storms are not messing around today. Sometimes you have days where it takes difficult for storms to get started. Not today. Let's look at downtown St. Louis just with our camera that we have and just see what we got. Okay, so they're about to get smashed. Let's look at... Okay. So I don't see any lowerings yet. Oh, Kyle says debris ball on the Wampakoneta storm. All right. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this, because it does look like in the middle of this, in the middle of the picture, there's some lowering. Looks like a shelf cloud to me, but we'll have to keep an eye on this. But let's go back to Ohio, because that's where all the action is happening. So Kyle says there is a debris ball on the Wampakoneta storm. Let's look at that right now. That is a beast of a storm. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay. That is not good at all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. That, folks, is a debris ball. That is the definition of a debris ball. It's just red surrounded, or a blue circle surrounded by red. That means that this storm is hitting houses, it's hitting cars, it's hitting buildings, it's hitting debris and lofting that in the atmosphere. That is a meteorologist's worst nightmare. You do not want to see that on radar, and the National Weather Service is confirming that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's doing damage. It's moving. This is that same storm that we just talked about moving through Gutman, Ohio, and it's about to move into Santa Fe. Let's go back to our rotation now. This storm is going to possibly move into Lakeview, Ohio. You're in this tornado warning. This is an observed tornado. This is a dangerous situation. This isn't necessarily a PDS warning yet, but it could be. And this storm has a tornado that is on the ground. It's moving towards Russell Point, Ohio, Lakeview and Russell Point. This is areas that have some higher population. Get to your safe spot now because this tornado is on the ground. Island View, anyone to the north of Lakeview along State Route 33, get to shelter right now. If you're driving on the state route, just get to shelter, pull over, and because this tornado is about to be on top of you. And there's clear CC correlation coefficient. That's exactly what we were just talking about. That is very indicative of a tornado on the ground. That there's still a pretty strong debris ball signature. If you're in these areas, get to shelter right now because there is a tornado that is on the ground. It is moving through areas of northern Ohio, and it's most likely rain wrapped. This is the radar right here. This tornado is most likely within rain, so that makes this even more dangerous because you might not see it coming. So if you live in any of those areas, if you're within this warning in general, take shelter now. Waynesfield, you're out of the tornado most likely, but I would take shelter because when you have tornadoes like this, big tornadoes like this, sometimes they can take some weird motion. So if I put this in motion, this storm is moving southeast. The tornado itself is moving not necessarily due south. It's got a little bit of not due east. It's got a little bit of a southward component. So anyone in Lakeview, in Russell's Point, in Orchards Island, Ohio, Huntsville even, you need to start to take shelter because this tornado is coming right at you. Bella Center, New Richmond, Northwood, even Rush's Lavena, Ohio, get to your tornado shelter right now because this is a dangerous situation. And for those that are watching, most of you are not in these areas, but regardless, I want to pass this information on to you guys so you can see because this is not a good radar signature. You do not want to see this velocity. All right, so let's look at this storm back up in Cleveland. Not as pronounced as the one that we just saw, but still, this thing's got a hook on it. There's some rotation, and this storm could be producing a tornado. Still radar indicated, but they did extend the tornado warning into New Haven. I think we should be getting that in just a second. Oh, there it is. Into New Haven, Ohio. So if you're in Willard, New Haven, Greenwich, this is a dangerous storm, and there could be a tornado with this right now. It's still far enough away from the radar that it's hard to tell, and that this rotation is still kind of broad. But there is enough indication on radar to say there could be a tornado with this thing. I see JRB Storm said, seeing first video clips of the tornado near Wapakoneta. The tornado is occluded in rain, appears to have multiple vortices before it occluded. Yeah, that jives completely with what I saw. Oh my goodness. with what we saw. Remember when that storm went right over top of Wampakoneta? It had those two vortices. It had that rotation as it was recycling, developed almost a northern and a southern. And that would not surprise me if there was multiple vortices on the ground or multiple tornadoes on the ground near Wampakoneta. Oh my goodness. We now have a total of 8 tornado warnings active. So there's 3 in Ohio. Oh man, this is that storm that just went through Muncie is now going tornado warned. Oh, this is just a crazy. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't see, unfortunately, the energy is still here for these things. I don't see any reason to think that they would die. But still, these storms everything is just rotating. So, okay, once again, wow. So with this storm that just moved through Muncie, Indiana, this is that storm we looked at a little bit earlier in the show. There is a pretty good bit of rotation on this specific storm. And you can see the velocity couplet right here. That is right where you would have a tornado. So it's just moving through Parker City, farmland, and Georgetown, moving towards Winchester, Indiana, is the area of concern. Still radar indicated this thing has got some massive hail with it. It's got hail of 2 3/4 inches of diameter, which is massive. And look at, anytime you see those bright blue colors, that is very indicative of tornadoes, or not tornadoes, sorry, very, very, very large hail. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. That is a nasty, nasty storm. So anyone in this tornado warning, especially in Winchester, make sure you guys have a plan and are getting to safety right now, because there could be a tornado that's on the ground with this thing. All right, let's take a look back at our storms in Ohio to see what is going on. Okay, so we're going to have to watch these storms down here too, and Ostrander and Plain City, Ohio, because these things just with this environment that we have. I mean, look at this. Another tornado warning in Upper Sandusky. This is getting crazy. These storms are going to have to keep. We're going to have to keep watching them as they move to the east, because these are showing no signs of stopping. Sorry, I'm just getting a text from someone. So let's look back at the velocity and see what we got. Man, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? This storm is just it's not going away. I mean, it is that is a bad moving through Lakeview right now. That is not what you want to see on velocity. Once again, look at that. That velocity is inside of the rain. If there's a tornado, it is rain wrapped, and no one's seeing it. You're not going to see this thing coming. I mean, that if you zoom in right there, that is bright red touching bright green. That is as indicative of a tornado as you're going to get. So Lakeview, the tornado just moved through you. Russell's Point, it's coming right on top of you. Orchard City, right on top of you. Huntsville, New Richland. This storm means business. And debris ball. There is a debris ball on that. Oh gosh, you hate to see this. Oh my goodness, guys, this is not what I wanted for my first stream. Just that is wow. that leaves you lost for words right there, because that is people's homes, that is people's cars, that is people's lives possibly being destroyed. And you got to hope and pray that everyone has heeded these warnings and is in as safe a place as they can get. And at this point, it's just prayer, because that is a debris ball that is indicative of a strong tornado on the ground. Let's look at this tornado up in Sandusky, Upper Sandusky, Ohio, because it's a radar indicated tornado moving through Upper Sandusky. Let's see if we can get that better radar image of that. Okay, we'll go to the Cleveland radar. It's a very weird, kind of weird warning. Okay, so Upper Sandusky, don't see anything that I would still get to your shelters if you're there, but it's a little interesting. I don't think we can really see this storm fully because these other storms are blocking them, right? I think the National Weather Service, they must be using this radar maybe up here. I don't know. That's weird. But this other storm, oh, wow. Yep. This is a telltale hook echo right now moving through. This is that storm up in northern Ohio. I believe this is possibly Auglaize County, I think. But this is, let's look at the velocity. Strong velocity couplet right here. There's still some noise in this radar because it's so far away. If there was going to be a tornado, it would be right here. Would have just moved through St. Stephen's. If we switch over to the reflectivity, you can see that's right where the notch is. So right here, it would be your tornado right in here. So Carroll Others, Ohio, it's moving through right now. This tornado is moving east. If there is one on the ground, it's moving east, just a little bit to the southeast. New Washington, I would take shelter right now. If you live, this is all in Ohio, by the way. This is New Haven, Ohio. So this storm is a very, very, very dangerous storm with a possible tornado on the ground. Okay. They just updated this tornado warning. So this is a new tornado warning. A damaging tornado is on the ground, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. It's about 15 miles northeast of Bucyrus, Ohio. Yeah, that's not a good signature you want to see right there. That is, once again, there might be some debris with this as well, but there is a confirmed tornado on the ground just to the north of New Washington, about to move through New Washington. New Haven, Shiloh, other areas are in the way of this storm. So if you live in any of those areas, even into Greenwich, I would start making preparations and getting to a safe location. This is a nasty, nasty, nasty storm that does have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Wow. Okay, so moving back to Central Ohio right here, we have a couple just. I mean, this outbreak is so rare for this part of the country, especially. I mean, March you see some of this, but especially in March. I mean, this is not typical. I mean, wow. Okay, so we have tornado warnings in Illinois too. Are you kidding me? Can I just get one? Just give me one like tornado in the middle of nowhere. I don't want all these tornadoes. This is too much. This is too much. But let's look at the tornado, because this is the tornado that we had a PDS tornado warning on just a little bit ago. And right now, it is a radar indicated tornado warning. So that means that there isn't necessarily a tornado on the ground, but there could be. And let's look at the velocity. Let's switch radars here. Let's go to the Wilmington. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? It's still just insane. So, gosh, if you live in, this is very, very, very clear indicator that there is a tornado on the ground. There's a debris ball for sure just through Russell's Point. It's now moving east, southeast. The National Weather Service has tilted their warning just to the south, has a little bit of a south component. So this storm is moving towards Mansfield, Ohio, Marysville, Ohio. If you're in the path of those, if you're in any of those areas, Summersville, Ohio, northern Mansfield, right? You guys are going to get to shelter because this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. And I'm looking on radar, and this velocity signature tells me everything everything about this screams tornado on the ground. The velocity is there. The correlation coefficient is there. That tells us whether or not there's a debris ball. And this thing is packing a punch. So if you're in any of these areas right now, most likely possible the most likely place for this tornado would be here. But and this is going to keep pushing to the east southeast at about 45 miles an hour. So this is not going to wait for you to get to shelter to hit. It is coming, and it is coming right now and showing no signs of weakening. So anyone in Mansfield, I would, Summersville, even getting into areas of Marysville, I would start to think about what you're going to do. Even Delaware County. Delaware County is this storm is headed right towards Delaware County. And if I've learned anything tonight, these storms are going to keep going. This environment is primed and ready to continue to develop strong storms. There's as long as this storm can stay isolated from other storms, there's no storms to the south. These storms are the only chance that could maybe disrupt this circulation, but they're pushing off to the north pretty quickly. This storm, I think, is going to keep churning and keep kind of sliding along that warm front. So, all right, let's take a look at this other storm. We'll come right back to this storm, or these two storms. I know we have an observed tornado up here in northern Ohio. It's almost moving into Ashland, so Ashland needs to be getting ready for this tornado. Let's go over to this other tornado. It's about to cross the Ohio state line, and it is a tornado warning. It's another observed tornado warning. Are you kidding me? This is a crazy, crazy, crazy night. Lightning show in Lewis Center. Yep, Sean, you are going to just stay tuned to the stream, because this storm right now, you guys are getting some of these. These are not tornado warning. These are not severe thunderstorm warning. But behind it, you have this storm that's going to be moving down into parts of Delaware County. And if I've learned anything from this storm, it's going to keep producing rotation. So you're going to want to stay tuned here, because this could get bad quick. It already has gotten bad for folks in Wapakoneta and other areas St. Mary's, where we had a confirmed tornado on the ground. But let's switch over to this other storm where there is they just issued a tornado warning, and it is an observed tornado, which means it is on the ground. A damaging tornado, right, and tennis ball size hail, guys. That is so rare for this part of the country. You have no idea. I live in this part of the country. I'm actually in Columbus right now. I am in this area of Columbus, so I need to keep watch for this too, just in case I need to get to shelter, which is crazy. And I'm going to stay with you guys for as long as I possibly can. But right now, and let me just update. Let me pull up the velocity. Take a quick drink of water. Oh my goodness. Take a quick drink of water, and then I'm going to update our graphics here to include these new tornado warnings. because this is getting crazy. All right. All right. Get a drink, and we will keep going. I will be right back, guys. Just stay locked on this stream. I'll keep the velocity. I'm going to keep the velocity up on this in West Manfield. I'm just going to get a quick drink. I will be right back. All right, guys, I am back. This storm just will not quit going into Ohio. Still radar indicated. We're going to come right back. Nothing really has changed with this, but let's look at this other tornado warning. Jeez, an observed tornado moving in, about to be in Winchester. And let me update our. Let me get the latest tornado warnings that I can pull, and then I will pull them in. Oh, man. We just got a new tornado warning for Ohio, in Greenville, Ohio. My goodness. This is a crazy, crazy, crazy day. This tornado warning is an observed tornado. It's a continuation of this current one in just moving through Winchester, Indiana, and doesn't look like there's a debris ball on this thing. There's a hook. There's large hail with this thing, tennis ball size hail. And it had a tornado on the ground, but has since, I guess let's look at the velocity. Okay. So still a pretty good couplet here. Right, still a pretty good couplet here, right? Moving through Winchester, Ohio right now. If we look at the last couple of frames on radar, pretty good couplet. Not as you got your red, you got your green. They aren't. It's a little bit of a broader area of circulation, but I think you could. I mean, you had an observed. There was an observed tornado from this. So that means someone, okay. Oh my goodness. Another tornado warning for the same storm. This is oh my goodness. It is a PDS tornado warning. Oh my gosh. It's the second one tonight. You guys don't understand how it is so rare for this part of the country. For those, I know we have some people that just joined. This is we're looking at a couple tornado warnings right now. My God, we have a total of 13 tornado warnings. Just to zoom out and show you, we have tornado warnings plastering Ohio from just north of Mansfield in Sandusky, Ohio, moving into West Mansfield. You have a tornado warning that very dangerous situation. You have another tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation, which is the highest level of tornado warning you can get. That means a confirmed at large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Winchester, Ohio. That means that there is a tornado on the ground. It is doing damage, and that is not good. So if you're in Union City, if you're in South Salem, if you are in Coal Town, Greenville, Ohio, please take shelter. This is not a good situation for the folks there. It is going through Winchester right now, and yeah, there's a little bit of a debris ball with this right here. That's debris from Winchester. That's homes. That's cars. That's anything that tornado can pick up. That is not a good sign to see on radar. My gosh. Yeah. This is full outbreak mode. I mean, just for March, this would be impressive if this was May, right? The middle of severe weather season. Severe weather season around this part of the country doesn't usually ramp up until June or July, right? You get some storms here in March, but it is really rare to get storms like this. And what we're seeing with these storms right now is crazy. So let's go back and check on this storm right now in Ohio. My God, that is just so for those that just joined, we have a tornado warning right now that's issued for Bell Fountain, Marysville, Marysville is just outside of this, but looking at this radar signature, that's a pretty clear indicator to me that there's a tornado, most likely rain ramp. This is the same tornado that produced a storm earlier. Just tracking this out for those that are in central Ohio, this storm is moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. So anyone that lives in Delaware County, especially downtown Delaware, maybe even areas of southern Delaware County, Westerville, Sunbury, Lewis Center, I would be on alert, because this storm has a history of producing large and extremely dangerous tornadoes and has done damage already off to the west. And you see that latest frame, it jogged a little bit to the south. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm right here. We're also going to keep an eye on these storms up here in Cleveland, because this is another observed tornado. This is unbelievably rare. Yes, Jake, my brother, first outbreak stream is one hell of an outbreak. This is crazy, and not in a good way, right? This is so rare for this part of the country. Yeah, Sean, I see you're in Lewis Center. Light show is going to increase. It's only going to increase as this storm that's moving in has a lot of lightning with it. So let's move up to this other storm, and I'm trying to bounce around, guys. I know most of my audience is in this area, so I'm trying to stay in this area. If there's another area you guys want me to call out or you see, let me know, and I'll hop over to that area so I can show you guys. Let me go ahead and update my graphic. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Another tornado warning. For this one for Texas, of all places. My goodness. Yep. Just north of Dallas. Are you kidding me? All right. We'll look at that one in just a sec. Trying to get to all these tornado warnings, guys. There's a total of 12 active tornado warnings across the country, 4 in Ohio, 2 in Illinois, 2 in Indiana, 3 in Illinois, 1 in Arkansas, and 1 in Texas. Sorry, I'm bouncing around here. All right, trying to keep up with these tornado warnings and put them into our graphics so you guys can see. Just so you guys know too, the ticker that's along the screen, I'll update this in the future. It's only showing some of the tornado warnings. Not all of the tornado warnings are included. I got to figure that. We got to figure that bug out. But let's go back to our tornado emergency. See what's going on here. Okay, so this is still a very strong velocity signature. Still, let's see if there's debris. Yep, unfortunately, that's still debris. That is very indicative of a strong tornado that is on the ground, just moved through Winchester, Indiana. It's about to cross the Ohio line, and Union City, you are in the path of this thing. South Salem, you are in the direct path of this thing. That's South Salem, Indiana. Greenville, you are also in the path of this thing. It's going to be a little bit before it gets to you, but it's moving pretty fast to the east. So I would make sure you get to your safe space right now. Yeah, so we got from TF Harris 35. We need a shout out to Aunt Eni to take shelter in Westerville, Ohio. Aunt Eni, if you are in Westerville, Ohio, I would take shelter right now. You don't have a warning yet. You do have a storm right on top of you, and with the environment with the storms, what they've done today, who knows what could happen. There's no warnings, but you got a tornado warning off to your west. You are going to want to start to think about getting to shelter quickly, start to make a plan and get there, because there will be some there are some storms. Yep, Garrett, this is one of the most active March days I think I can ever remember, especially for this part of the country. It's just so rare that you get this kind of action. I'm just quickly going to bounce over to, oh, that's nice. Let me show you guys something like nice right now. So this is St. Louis and a nice little sunset at the tower. I'm going to get right back to the tornadoes in just a second, but little calming sunset for the group. So we can all, it's not time to panic, right? If you're in any of these areas, it's not time to panic. We don't want to get too crazy. So take a little sunset to take a deep breath. All right. So these tornado warnings are all radar indicated down here. So let's just quickly look at the velocity and see if there's anything that jumps out. We got some rotation here. Not like what we were seeing up north, but we've got an area there and an area there. So not the strongest rotation, but still some enough to warrant a tornado warning. If you're in any of these areas under that warning, I would take shelter and just be prepared for the worst, but hope for the best. All right, Garrett says velocity looking pretty crazy past Winchester. So let's go back to this storm and see. This is where we have our tornado emergency, which is the highest level, the highest warning that you can get. And still, my goodness, that is still cranking. Let's look at it from Indianapolis radar to see what it's like. Okay, that's not as good. Wow. I mean, look at this. Look at this one is near Fort Wayne. That's the radar. Well, this storm is moving through Union City right now in Ohio, which is south of Fort Wayne. But this is the radar near Fort Wayne. That is a telltale sign of a strong, because this radar is far away. I mean, this radar is very, very, very far away from this storm. The fact that it's so tight means this is high up in the atmosphere. So this is crazy. The fact that we're seeing this tight of a rotation at this high up in the atmosphere, that's pretty indicative that there is a strong tornado on the ground right now, in moving into areas of just south of Union City. Going to be in Greenville in about 20 minutes. So let's look back at the velocity and see what we got. Back here. Yeah, that is just and they just, oh my goodness, they just extended the PDS warning. This is crazy, guys. This is absolutely crazy. I can't remember anything. Oh my god! And then this is crazy. So, PDS tornado warning just been issued for Greenville. There was already a tornado warning issued for this storm, but they've upgraded it now to a life-threatening situation. Oh my gosh, look at this wording. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That is as strong of wording as it gets, issued by the National Weather Service. That is, National Weather Service does not hype things up, and that is as crazy as it gets. Let's see if we got a debris ball here. And guys that are watching from Central Ohio, I'm going to be moving back in just a second to show you guys that storm, because it's also does not look good. Oh my god, that is a debris ball. That is not good. That is, we have seen, this is like our third debris ball that we have seen tonight. That is so rare around this part of the country that it does not happen. It actually does not happen around this part of the country. I mean, this is Indiana and Ohio. We get tornadoes, but not like this. So this is an extremely dangerous situation. You need to take shelter right now if you're in any of these areas. Union City, Greenville. That is a nasty, nasty storm that's ongoing and most likely rain wrapped. Gosh, sorry, I'm just I'm getting some texts from some family friends that are all texting me saying, "Are we going to be okay?" Please, I would recommend you would tune into the stream. I got to keep everyone here on this stream safe from tornadoes. Hold on. All right, let's zoom back over to this storm in West Mansfield and see what we got going on here. My gosh, strong rotation, broad rotation. Sorry, give me just 1 second. All right. So yeah, guys. So let's look at this. Let's get the latest update on this storm. And oh my gosh, are you kidding me? This is not what you want to see if you live in West Mansfield. You need to be getting to your tornado shelters right now. The most interior room of your house. You without any windows. You guys need to get there right now, because this is most likely a strong tornado that is forming and might be on the ground. The good news is we look at this view, which is going to show us, do we have any debris in the air? And the good news is we don't see that yet. Now, just because we don't see that, that doesn't necessarily mean there isn't a tornado on the ground. But this rotation is such that there could be There could be a strong tornado about. Oh gosh, there most likely is a strong tornado forming in this area. So West Mansfield, areas of northern, just north of Marysville. I think Marysville might avoid a direct hit from this, but I would still keep watching and make sure you guys are in a safe space. A safe place, basically away from any doors or windows. I expect this tornado warning to continue into Delaware County. So if you are in Delaware County, if you're in northern Delaware County, I would get ready for a tornado to possibly move your way, because this is a very, very, very strong radar signature that indicates to me that there could be, if not there is, a tornado on the ground in West Mansfield, Ohio, moving east, southeast towards Ostrander, Magnetic Springs, Raymond, Ohio, eventually pushing into Delaware County, right? Central Delaware County, even northern Delaware County, southern Delaware County, all needs to be on alert for this tornado that could be moving into your area. Just checking back in really quickly, that there is another tornado warning just to the south of Greenwich, moving through Ashland. This is radar indicated. This was just issued, I believe, just a little bit ago. Not necessarily anything incredibly menacing on velocity. It does have a little bit of that structure. And let's just look at correlation. Let's look and see if we got any. Okay, well, there could have been debris with the tornado, and I think there was back just south of New Haven, possibly. But it seems like that has dissipated a bit, and the rotation. Oh my gosh! Yep. Okay, so if you're in any of these areas, Valley Lake, Savannah, West Salem, even, this storm is recycling right now. This storm is still tornado warned. There was a tornado most likely just south of New Haven that picked up debris. The rotation has gotten weaker, but that's not to say that it couldn't. Oftentimes these storms, they will go through periods of recycling where it'll be a strong tornado and then it'll stop and lift, and then it'll be a strong tornado again. So with this environment that we have, we need, I would anticipate that anyone in this warning, you could be getting a strong tornado coming your way. And that is most likely oh my gosh, this is not good. This is West Mansfield again. And yeah, Garrett, you're right. It's nighttime in these areas. The sun has set in these areas. On top of that, this storm is most likely a rain wrapped. So you're not going to see this tornado coming, and there's going to be rain out in front of it. Just because it's raining on you, do not anticipate that you are safe. This is still a radar indicated tornado, but things, I would anticipate this tornado warning be extended into Delaware County. So we're going to come back to that in just a second, check on it. Let's come back to this tornado emergency and see what we got going on here. Still a pretty impressive radar signature with this storm about to move into Greenville. Let's see if there's any debris. Yep, still a debris ball. That is not good. That is not good. You guys aren't going to like this either. So this was just issued. This is a mesoscale discussion. The National Weather Service will issue these when there is something they want to call out, right? So something they want to let the group know that, okay, whether or not maybe the tornado threat is decreasing, their tornado threat is increasing. In this case, this is saying that the tornado, that there is a tornado, significant tornado potential in central Ohio. This was issued about 30 minutes or about 20 minutes ago. So if you live in any of these areas, central Ohio, west central Ohio, eastern Indiana, these storms are going to keep going and most likely continue producing tornadoes. So please, please, please stick with us. And this threat is not going anywhere anytime soon. This is going to continue on into the nighttime hours. And if you live in any of these areas, there's supercells that are ongoing. And guys, I got bad news for you. The National Weather Service is saying this is not what we want to see. The National Weather Service is saying that 850 millibar winds, which is winds a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, are expected to increase this evening, which means that your wind shear, your helicity, your rotation of your storms, there's going to be more fuel, right? That's what they call the low-level jet. And this means that the low-level jet's going to start picking up, and that is only going to increase. I can't even believe that they said the tornado threat might increase. I don't know if it can increase any more from what it currently is. I really don't. So that is not good. Oh my goodness. Something. So Delaware County. Let me go ahead and show that on screen. So if you live in any of these counties, you might be hearing the tornado sirens. Right now, it's still a radar indicated tornado. And let's look at the velocities, see what we got. That is, wow. It is not good, man. I've been live so long, my headphones are dying. Let me plug my headphones in. Let me plug new headphones in real quick. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to leave this image here for a second while I switch headphones. All right, I'm back. So this is not what you want to see from this. And let me change the overlay on this so you guys can see these towns better that this storm is going to be moving into, because we just got an extension of the tornado warning into Delaware County, into the northern and central parts of Delaware County. I knew this was going to happen. My goodness, this is a storm that we need to keep an eye on, because this is crazy. This is I cannot express how rare it is to see wind and storms like this around. This kind of radar signature you expect to see out in Oklahoma in May. This is not something you expect to see in and around Ohio. This is very indicative of possibly a strong. The good news is there isn't necessarily a debris ball yet with this thing, but this storm is wrapping up quickly, and I don't see any reason. I don't see anything that's going to stop it. It's got clear inflow coming from the south. So there isn't necessarily any storms. These storms are pushing off too far to the east. It's got clear inflow pushing this way. It's got clear. The winds out of the storm are pushing this way, and that's going to cause this rotation to keep. This storm just going to keep pumping out rotation as it moves to the east, southeast, And this is a dangerous storm. We're going to need to keep. I mean, this is a very, very strong rotation. I would, the only reason I think why this is still radar indicated is because, it's nighttime, so no one can really see it. But this is not a good situation. If you live in any of these areas, Delaware County, Magnetic Springs, Mansfield, it just moved through your area. That Ostrander, Scioto, Stratford, those areas are all underneath the gun right now of this tornado warning and should take this storm very, very, very seriously. And let me actually change. I'm going to change the overlay so you guys can see this a little bit better. Let's see. Let's see if that's any better for this. Yeah, this is a little bit better. Okay, so this is our storm here. Let's get our bearings because we just got a new tornado warning on the ground for Western Ohio. For those that are in Central Ohio, this storm is coming at you. It's not going to be at you quickly, but this is the storm that you'd want to watch if you live in downtown Central. Oh my goodness, I can't stop looking at that tornado warning up in Delaware. That is not good news. That could be a very, very, very strong tornado on the ground. Warning for Greenville. This is they don't have a tornado emergency anymore for this, which I think is a good thing. But if we look at the velocity, or if we look at the, let's see if there's any debris. There's still some debris right in here. Not as bad as it was. So that maybe means the tornado has lifted. Still a decent hook here. Yeah, that's storm means business. All right, let's look at, we got 2 other tornado warnings in Ohio. I know I'm jumping around here, but I'm trying to keep this. Trying to keep as many people as we can informed. I will go back to the Delaware tornado in just a second. So we have 2 other tornado warnings, both radar indicated and not looking like incredibly strong rotation. Let's see if I can get another radar. That radar's not going to be any good. Okay, I'm going to update our tornado warning graphic to include the new tornado warnings because there is a lot. Total of 9 tornado warnings right now. So that's we're making progress. We're getting down. We're from 15 or 13, I think, was our peak. Okay, so let's look at these 2 storms. I don't see. Let's just see if there's some rotation here enough to, I think, to warn there's rotation in both of these. So take these seriously. Ashland just to the north of you, Bucyrus just to the north of you, Shelby, Ohio. Both of those storms, or both of those areas, I think are worthy of taking these tornado warnings seriously. I don't. It's not as apparent that there's any tornadoes on the ground here, but there could be with any of these storms. All right, let's really quickly. I just want to see if there's any tornado warnings. Oh my gosh, another one. Are you kidding me? I am expecting to see a bad velocity signature. Okay, so that's actually not terrible. Radar indicated tornado warning just north of Newcastle. And let's see if there's any. And sorry, guys, I'm bouncing around a lot, but there's a ton of tornado warnings to get to. And I want to make sure that I have complete coverage over this so you guys are aware. There could. I don't know if that's a debris ball that, that's the typical debris signature. Let's see if that matches up with where the rotation. Guys, you could have a tornado on the ground here as well in Newcastle. This is crazy. There could be a tornado on the ground here as well. So if you live in Newcastle, this is in Indiana. This warning is directly east. This storm is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Just Newcastle moving into Hagerstown and Dalton. It'll be on your doorstep and before you know it. So make sure you take this storm seriously. This has got a hook on it. There could be a tornado with this storm. I would not be surprised. I have a couple other tornado warnings down in Oklahoma. Just quickly showing those just north of McKinney. This storm, oh my, are you kidding me? This storm also could have a tornado. That's a strong rotation. That's crazy. So I know most of you guys aren't down there, but I wanted to show you the breadth of I mean, this extends literally from Dallas, Texas, all the way into Ohio. And this is crazier than I think I can remember any outbreak that I've ever seen in March. So now let's look at Illinois. This tornado warning, radar indicated moving into Noble and other parts of Illinois. It doesn't look incredibly threatening, but still I would take this warning seriously. As any warning tonight, I would take seriously. Yep, and Nick said he got a warning in Delaware County till 9. And that is our storm right now that I want to go back to and show you guys. Oh my gosh. Just this velocity signature is crazy. This is very strong rotation. This is very strong language from the National Weather Service. This was issued at 8:31, so about 5 minutes ago. And this storm is either a tornado is either on the ground or it's imminent. I think it's pretty clear right now that I would bet that there is a tornado on the ground just north of Marysville. For those that live in this area, right? So Marysville, the tornado is north of you. You're probably getting some wind from the inflow, but the tornado, if it's here, which it just, everything is pointing to it being on the ground. It is north of Marysville, about to be in Ferrisburg, Magnetic Springs. It will pass directly through you or just to the south of you. It's headed right for downtown Delaware. Right for downtown Delaware. There is possibly a strong tornado on the ground. And if you live in downtown Delaware, White Sulphur, Ostrander, Bell Point, Hyatts, in those areas, take cover right now because you have possibly a strong tornado headed your way. And this tornado is moving fast and it's quickly progressing. People in Delaware County as well, I would stay aware because this thing is coming at you and it's coming at you fast. Now let me see if there's any debris. The good news is there's no debris yet with this storm, which is good. That means that, I mean, there could be some right in here. And let me see if that corresponds with where the rotation is. Okay, that's a little bit south. So we'll see. I mean, this storm, I'm hoping it can get caught. If we're lucky, it'll get caught up in this stuff right to the south. If I put it in motion, that's the only possible saving grace with this storm is that it's possibly you might get some rain that gets sucked up in this thing, and that would actually help to dissipate the circulation. But that is the only thing that's stopping this thing. And to be honest, I don't know if it'll be enough. And you can see on the radar, right, that the motion of this thing is starting it's starting to move a little bit to the south. So that's why people in southern Delaware County, I want you guys to stay aware, because this storm could move, could take a little bit of a southward turn. And you can this big bulge right here. This is that broad area of rotation where you have winds, inflow winds pushing in this way. You've got a strong hail core here that's producing large hail, and then you've got your winds coming at the backside like this, and that's your rotation. That's why that looks like a ball. That isn't necessarily a debris ball, but that is, whenever I see a signature like that on radar, that's a big indicator of me. This is a strong area of rotation that could drop a tornado at any second. So, all right, let's go back to our other storm that just had the tornado emergency on it. No longer has a tornado emergency. The National Weather Service is just very capable of producing a tornado, and I would agree with them. Right, this tornado, or this possible tornado, this is a pretty good bit of rotation here. So anyone in Covington, Ohio, Bradford, Ohio, Versailles, Ohio, take shelter, because this is a possible tornado that is moving your way. Let's take a look at this other tornado warning back in Indiana to see where that's at. Still radar indicated. If there was a tornado, it would have moved through Newcastle. Still has a pretty impressive signature. Let's see if there's any debris with it. A little bit, maybe in here. There could be some noise. There could be some debris. We'll have to keep an eye on that as well. I would take this warning seriously, though. If you're in Hagerstown, this is still a radar indicated tornado, but it has a pretty impressive radar image, and I would think about getting to anticipate that this is pretty much any warning tonight. Assume there's a tornado on the ground, because this is the environment tonight has clearly shown that it has all the ingredients, right? We looked at the beginning of the show, the ingredients are there. Nothing is going to stop these storms from going tornadic, right? Nothing. Now it's just a matter of, can they produce? All the conditions are there. We have all of the ingredients that we need. Now it's just a matter of, is it going to happen or not? So I would assume every single tornado warning has a tornado on it, right? Even though some won't, but tonight of all nights would be the night to take these seriously, because this is unprecedented, especially for March. This, Jody Harris, what a night! This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Can't think of a night that I've had. I see Phil joined us. What's up, Phil?
Brady, have you checked the last couple MD discussions, mesoscale discussions?
Yep, I showed.
You did? Okay.
We showed the one that was in Ohio. We have not showed the one that was in
We got one down in Oklahoma, Arkansas.
Yep. Yeah, so I think the big thing about this is that Oklahoma, Arkansas, those areas we've had some tornado warnings down there, actually, and the tornado threat, which at the beginning of the day, we thought this was going to be the area to show. We thought this was going to be the area of greatest concern, and it still is a concern, right? And this is what this mesoscale is saying, is there's going to be some big hail with these storms. Large hail, possibly greater than 2 inches in diameter, which is huge. And we could have conditional tornado threat for this area. So, all right, let's get back to some of these tornadoes, because there's some crazy radar. Phil, we were just showing. There's a couple of tornado warnings in Ohio that are just I mean, to see this type of rotation in Ohio is unheard of.
So how far is that from you right now?
That I am down here. So
Okay.
that's about, let's see. That is about 20 miles. So close, far enough to where I'll be safe. But I have a lot of family and friends that live here. So
Wow. Okay.
yeah, there's actually a lot of them tuned in, I think, right now. So yeah, if you live in any of these areas, take shelter. I would expect this is still a radar indicated tornado, and the rotation has it's still strong. It's still pretty broad. So there could be a tornado on the ground, but as this storm has for the past hour has been producing consistent rotation, has had PDS warnings on this storm. This was a storm we were following all the way back in Salina, St. Mary's, Wampakoneta, where we had tornado emergencies, tornado on the ground. And so it has a history of producing a tornado, which is a huge indicator of future tornadoes. So take this storm very seriously. I would expect this tornado warning to be extended and will probably include central and southern parts of Delaware County. So if you live in those areas, be ready to take shelter. Phil, we've had probably, yeah.
Have you looked at this yet, Brady, as far as storm reports for today so far?
No.
So this is Storm Prediction Center is kind of where you can find this, but storm reports so far for today. And the only tornadoes, there's 6 tornado reports, and surprisingly, they're in Ohio and Indiana, Kentucky border.
Yep.
And I don't think that anybody would have thought that that's where we would have had official tornado reports yet.
No.
Switzerland, Indiana County, Switzerland County, Indiana, Mercer County, Ohio.
Yep.
Hinkik, Ohio, Auglaize, Ohio, yep. Logan, and Huron counties of Ohio.
Yep. We've been following those storms for probably the past hour, and every time they had one, there was a couple tornado emergencies that were issued actually for those.
Serious? Okay.
Yeah, we've had 2. We've had, I think, now 3 tornado emergencies issued, and I think we had one in Salina. We had one in I think that was the Auglaize one. That was where we had like the St. Mary's one that we had a tornado emergency for that. We had, I think, the Mercer one might have had a tornado emergency at one point, and then the Union City tornado, which is ongoing right now and has an observed tornado on the ground pushing into western Ohio and Covington, Bradford. That also was a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Okay.
So it's been an absolutely crazy day.
So I'm going to break off because we got to get the other show started. So I'm going to head over there, and we'll see you over there shortly.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing I just was told is MJ said the layouts. I guess we only have one set, so whatever we changed it for our whole broadcast. But
I'm sorry.
Again, that's what we learned. I didn't know that either. So, yeah. All right. So we'll see you later.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Phil. All right, guys, this is crazy. This is absolutely this possible tornado right now is moving actually to the southeast. So those that are in southern Delaware County, this storm is coming, and it is coming fast and showing no signs of weakening. That is just an unbelievable radar signature. I mean, I'm literally going to take a picture of that because I have never seen anything like that in Central Ohio ever. The closest thing I think I can see, the closest thing I think I have seen from that is the tornadoes we had in Dayton a couple years ago. So, I'm not saying that this storm is that tornado, but it has that potential. And so I think we have to prepare for the worst here, especially in southern Delaware County and in areas of Piqua, Ohio, and other areas that are in the path of this storm, because this is wrapping up fast. I could see this dropping a strong tornado soon if it is not already dropped on the ground. Okay, so just checking back at our other tornado warning in northern Ohio. It's pretty broad rotation here, so still worth keeping an eye on, but there is another tornado warning just to the north of Bucyrus, pushing into Shelby, Ohio. Take that one seriously. Like I said, take all these tornado warnings seriously. You do not want to not take these seriously. Another tornado warning. Just every storm is going tornado warning tonight. It is just like Phil said at the beginning of today. This was not expected, right? We'd seen some signs of this, but the greatest threat was to the south. At least that's what we thought. And you can see down here this is Illinois. We have other tornadic storms ongoing. Not as impressive on the radar signature. There's going to be some strong winds with these. Noble and Olney, I'm pretty sure they had a tornado warning earlier. So this isn't as strong, but still worth taking seriously, especially with this radar image. We have inflow there. Okay. Wow. Just got a new tornado warning issued. New tornado warning issued for... Are you kidding me? 2 new tornado warnings issued. One for that storm that we were just looking at in west central Ohio, Piqua. This is a observed tornado, a tornado producing storm. This storm has produced tornadoes in the past. So I would take this very seriously if you're in those areas. Yep, there it is. That's the tornado right there. So this tornado is moving into Clayton. This tornado is moving towards Piqua. This tornado is moving towards Covington. This tornado is moving towards Farrington. All of these areas are all in the path of this tornado. Take shelter immediately. Let's go back to Delaware County, because this rotation is crazy. Okay, so let's get really specific here. So this tornado warning, this is the rotation on this specific storm. This is what it looks like on radar. If there is a tornado, it's going to be, let's look back at the velocity. If there is a tornado, it is going to be right in this area. White Sulphur, Ostrander, it possibly moved through your area. It's pushing east, southeast. So anyone in the path of this thing, Lewis Center, you're right on the edge of this. I would start to take shelter now. This storm is headed your way. Take this seriously. This is an impressive velocity signature. These are winds. For those that this image don't know what this image is, these are winds going this way, and these are winds going this way. What does that mean? That means this is a rotating storm. And when you see colors like this, these are very, very, very strong winds. Also very strong winds on the backside. That means that this rotation is very strong and could be producing a tornado. Right now, there's no confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but there is a tornado warning, and there's enough on radar for us to say, yep, there's a pretty decent chance that there could be a tornado on the ground, if not forming immediately. I'm just getting the tornado warning on my phone from the company I work for, which that is terrible because I am far away from that. But anyway, if you live in any of these areas, Lewis Center, Cheshire, West Berlin, Gregory, Hyatt's Crossing, even parts in Africa Road, anyone that lives in these neighborhoods, this is where I grew up. So I'm very familiar with this area. Anyone in Cheshire, this storm is coming right for you. Let me really quickly just show you the bounds of I think where this storm is going to be. This storm is pushing east, southeast, coming right for areas, Alum Creek, anyone in the Alum Creek, Lewis Center, even parts of northern Westerville, Galena. You guys need to be taking shelter right now because this strong rotation could be producing a tornado right now on the ground. This is a dangerous storm. Guys, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes in the past. Take this seriously. Get to shelter now. Yep, John Dewey just got the cell phone warning. Yep. This tornado warning, not like the last one. The last one you guys got was for Columbus. This tornado warning is, in fact, including you guys, right? And I'm talking about a week or two ago when we had those tornadoes in the middle of the night. That tornado warning was actually for Columbus. This one right now is for Westerville, is for Lewis Center, and needs anyone in those areas. You need to be taking this seriously right now. Get to the basement, get to the most interior room of your house. If you don't have a basement, no windows or any walls to the outside. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you can to protect yourself. Because this is a bad radar signature. You do not want to see that. And it's still generally a broad area rotation, but this could plant a large tornado on the ground at any moment. All right, let's take a look at the latest scan to see. Yeah, this is starting to tighten up here. So that the more tight you see this rotation, the larger it is, or not the larger it is, but the tighter you see this rotation, the more likely it is that there's a tornado on the ground. Is there a potential for hail? Get the cars in the garage. Yes, there is a 100%, especially in northern Delaware County. This storm is dropping hail at about 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter, especially along this corridor right here. So that should be the last thing that we're worried about, though. If you're in Lewis Center, if you're in Galena, if you're in Westerville, if you're along Africa Road, don't worry about getting your car into the garage. Get to shelter now. You don't have time for that. You don't have time to think about that. You need to get to shelter right now because this storm is almost on top of you. And if anyone has any if anyone that's watching that has any video or has any sort of pictures, send them my way so I can show them to see if there's any tornadoes or anything that you can see from that. But don't go outside. Make sure you do not go outside to video. Only do so if it is safe. And for those that are in Westerville, Delaware, Lewis Center, it is not safe. Stay indoors and get to your shelter right now. Okay, so just checking in on our other tornado, confirmed tornado that's on the ground. Sorry, I just got another call, so I thought there was another tornado warning. So this storm back in Piqua, still showing pretty strong rotation here. Could have a tornado. Going to have to keep an eye on that. Especially as it moves. This storm that we're looking at now has a history of producing tornadoes and is moving my gosh. This is crazy, guys. This is absolutely crazy. This storm is moving directly at Columbus. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm too, because this is headed for central Ohio and could be producing a tornado right now. All right, we got another tornado warning that was issued, but this one I think is still the same warning. Yeah, look at this, guys. So this storm right now. Oh gosh, let's see. Oh my goodness, this storm right now is about to track into, and let's just see the reflectivity. That donut hole, you don't want to see that. That could be a tornado that's on the ground. And that's just south of Delaware. Let me see if that aligns with the velocity. That does. Let's see if that does the correlation coefficient. That does. Oh, no. We could have a tornado on the ground right now in Delaware, moving through the city of Delaware. This blue is just enough. It correlates with our area of rotation. That's, oh my gosh, that's a tornado. 100%. We most likely have a tornado on the ground in just south of Delaware County. I would not be surprised at all if we did have a tornado on the ground just south of Delaware County, because of the fact that this, like we were saying earlier, this rotation has now fully tightened up and almost choked out this rotation, this other rotation that's coming down. So if there is a tornado, it's right in there. And it's moving east, southeast. So West Berlin, Alum Creek, Berkshire, Sunbury, you're all in the path of this tornado. If in fact there is one on the ground, and just looking from the velocity, I would bet there is. So we need to be taking this seriously. Lewis Center, Africa Road, Galena. You guys need to be aware as well. The area of strong rotation looks like it may just pass to your north, but this storm has a history of diving to the south. It has made jogs to the south, especially when you have these tornadoes like this. It can make those jogs. So I would still stay in your shelter. Hopefully, if you're watching this stream, you have gotten to a safe position. Yes, Maggie, please text all of your friends in Delaware County. Let them know that there is possibly a tornado on the ground, and Delaware County is getting severe hail. That storm is still moving. It's moving really fast. So Lewis Center, it's about on top of you. Let's get this latest scan and see. Oh, that is not good. That is really, 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 really not good. Okay, so not as strong a debris, but you guys see the greens next to the reds. This is a very, very, very strong indicator that there is a tornado on the ground. It is moving into West Berlin right now. I'm going to go street by street right now to show Crazy LC. Yes, that is. I'm sure it is. This storm is just to your north in Lewis Center, and there's lightning strikes everywhere. for those that live in this area, West Berlin, Gregory, Cheshire, you guys are all in the path of this storm. Berkshire, anyone that lives in those neighborhoods, I want you right now to drop what you're doing. If you're watching me right now and you're not downstairs in your basement, in your safe place, which is as many walls between you and the outside world, I need you to turn off my stream and get there now, and then you can turn me back on, because this is as real as it gets for this area. We do not see this. This is not a typical Ohio tornado warning. This is a could be a very strong tornado that is on the ground right now. So please take this seriously and get to a safe location right now, because this velocity signature is something that you don't see around here. It's still a radar indicated, and it's going to be hard for them to upgrade this because they can't see it. Because frankly, you're not going to see this tornado coming. Also, this tornado is rain wrapped, and you see this area right in the middle of lower reflectivity. That is most likely, if there is a tornado, that's where it is. Okay, so Lewis Center, this storm is on top of you right now. West Berlin, this storm is on top of you right now. There's a secondary rotation developing just to the north of Lewis Center. I don't think that's tornadic. The main circulation is up here in Jones and West Berlin. That, if there is a tornado, that is where the tornado most likely would be. So anyone in Berkshire, in Alum Creek, in Sunbury, even in Cheshire, in Galena, I need you guys to get to your tornado shelters right now, because this storm is headed right at you. And this is one of those days where you don't mess around. Looking at this image, this isn't very strong, but there could be, that is right where the area of strong rotation is, which means there could be a debris ball. There could be some debris in the atmosphere. My power is literally flickering too, which I am way far away from this tornado. So that is strange. If I go offline because my power turns off, just stay in shelter for about 5 to 10 minutes, because this storm is right on top of you guys. Okay, so still a radar indicated tornado warning, but once again, moving through Lewis Center, moving through. Yep, my lights are flickering in Clintonville as well. And guys, I'm going to get to the other tornadoes too, but I want to stay with this one because I know this is where the majority, if not all, the people on this are interested in, and this is frankly probably one of the biggest tornado warnings. All right, guys. Okay, so for our Patreon members, guys, go ahead and move over to the other show. We're gonna wrap this up in just a bit. We actually planned. I plan on stopping this at about 8:50 because we are doing our podcast live. So go ahead and head over to our live show. But for the rest of you, I want to stick with you for a little bit longer to kind of walk you through this, because still there's a secondary circulation developing right now in Lewis Center. Take shelter right now if you are in Lewis Center. Take shelter right now if you're in Alum Creek, Berkshire, because this This is serious. This is a serious situation. You do not see this kind of rotation around here at all. Let me look on a different radar to see. All right, let's get back to this storm real quick and let's just see. Oh my gosh. This is a different view from a different radar, and you can see why we're so concerned. Green and red right next to each other. That is very indicative of strong rotation. Anyone in the chat, what are you guys seeing? Those that are in Westerville, in Lewis Center, I know there's a lot of you guys in the chat that are like that. What are you guys seeing? Are you guys seeing anything? Obviously, don't go outside because right now this storm is on top of you. But in your shelters, are you guys seeing any power flickering or any shaking or anything like that? Let's go back to the. Oh my gosh, guys! There very, very likely is a tornado on the ground about to move through Alum Creek, just north of Cheshire. Lewis Center, there's secondary rotation that we have down there, but it's not as pronounced as this northern rotation. Please, Sean, please tell me you are not at Alum Creek Dam. And if you are, that's a problem. That's a big time problem. All right, let's take a look and see if we have a. It's not great. I'm seeing a couple of pings. That could be noise. That could be debris. Let me see if that jives with where the rotation. Okay, that's where the rotation is going to be in the next frame. I have a pretty strong indication. I just have a pretty strong feeling based on what I'm seeing that there's a tornado right now ongoing in Sunbury. I would guess it's on the ground. So if you're in Sunbury, if you're in Galena, take shelter right now because you could have a tornado coming right at you. Jeez. For those that are in Central Ohio, we also have another tornado radar indicated that is moving our way that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we go throughout the night. I'm probably gonna have to end my stream. I might start streaming again if this keeps moving this way, but I do have to get to my podcast. But I want to stay live for as long as I can. But this storm right here that's currently in Piqua is going to be moving our way in the next hour or two. So for those that live in Central Ohio, Urbana, Mechanicsburg, and anyone in Central Ohio, Upper Arlington, Columbus, this is another storm we're going to have to worry about tonight. And it's just another storm in the long list of storms that we've seen that have been tornado producers. And unfortunately, I don't have a good feeling. I think this day is going to be memorable. This is going to I'm really hoping that this is not a tornado, but it's just looking like it is. And this is moving through Sunbury right now. This radar is a little delayed right now. It's moving, about to be in Sunbury, then moving to Johnstown, possibly into Newark, eventually Utica. But this storm is not, could be producing a very strong, possibly strong tornado. All right, so getting back to this storm, let's put it in motion here. Still pretty strong rotation here. For those that are in Lewis Center, guys are getting the very edge of this. Africa Road, very edge of this. They just issued a new tornado warning for Sunbury, for Berkshire, radar indicated. Still a very, very, very dangerous storm. The language they're using is a tornado is occurring or imminent. So anyone in those areas, get to shelter right now. This storm has a history of producing large and extremely dangerous tornadoes and shows no signs of weakening. There's really nothing to stop this storm. This other storm too that's pushing into Columbus, drop the tornado warning on it, but it could just be recycling. Still's got broad rotation with this thing. And it's pushing this way, which is directly headed for the city of Columbus. They're going to hit Westerville. Zachary Brenner is skirting the worst is going to miss Westerville, at least downtown Westerville. At least with this storm. The storm behind it is the one you have to be worried about because the storm is headed right for you. But at least this immediate tornado warning is just to your south or just to your north. The biggest area of concern with this tornado warning is Sunbury. Right now, Sunbury is ground zero for this. For those that are in Lewis Center, along Africa Road, it looks like the worst part of the rotation has passed. So that's good news because I know a lot of you guys are up there. Kitra, no problem. I'm gonna have to go in just a sec, guys, and I really hate that I have to go. But I wanted to get you guys through this. This was a test stream. We are going to be doing this was our first ever Outbreak stream. We're going to be doing more of these as more severe weather happens. So look for us in the future. Anytime I go live, I will tweet it out, Instagram it out ahead of time. And I will make sure that you guys are all informed. And I'm hoping we won't ever get a situation like this again in Delaware and other counties, but it could happen again. So I will keep everyone updated of that. But for now, it looks like those in Galena, or those in Maxtown, those in Africa, those in Lewis Center, those in Dublin, might have dodged a bullet, at least with this first wave. But those in Sunbury, Alum Creek, downtown Delaware might have taken a direct hit from a tornado. So if you have any friends or family there, check in on them tonight. Make sure that they're okay, right? And make sure you can contact them because there could have been a tornado that went right through the city. But for those in Lewis Center and Columbus, the threat is not over. We have more storms behind it, none of which are tornado warning just yet. But this storm was tornado warned just a second ago and has a history of producing large and extremely dangerous tornadoes off to the west. This environment it's moving into is ripe for tornado development. So please, please, please stay tuned to the warnings because this is a night you do not want to take lightly. Any of these storms could go tornadic. This is not your typical Columbus tornado warnings. These storms are different. This environment is different. This is not something you want to take lightly. And any of these storms that you see off to the west could go tornado warned at any moment. So you're going to want to make sure that you pay attention to the warnings, turn them on your phone, and if there are, if when I do have to leave in just a second, I tune in the local news, and they will be able to help guide you in my stead. Let's take one last look at this storm up here, because this is unlike anything I've seen, frankly, around this area. But the rotation has weakened just a bit. So it is weakened just a bit, where it's not as strong anymore. So I think those that are in the path of this storm, take this tornado warning seriously. It doesn't look, the rotation is not as strong as it once was. Not as strong as it moved over Sunbury, moved over Delaware. Still a threat. And what we've seen from these storms is that they go through these periods of recycling, where the storm has a strong rotation, like it did in Delaware, and then it goes through a period of recycling, and then recycles and comes right back and produces another tornado. So anyone in this warning to the east needs to take this seriously. Newark, Hanover, Utica, Alexandria, Johnstown, everyone in that warning needs to take this seriously. This storm could produce a tornado. And frankly, this storm off to the east is looking fairly intimidating as well. And it's headed right for some of the same areas that were just under that tornado warning. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this storm, which has a broad area of not as strong a rotation as we saw, still has a broad area of rotation that is pushing directly into central Ohio. Areas of northern Columbus, these areas right in here, which just got hit with that first storm. So make sure that you stay weather aware. And anytime you get a warning tonight, I want you guys to take it seriously. I don't want anyone to think, it's just another tornado warning. All right, guys. I love all of you. I will be back. This is not the end. This is merely the beginning. I must hop over. I really thank you for everyone that joined the stream. And if something gets crazy again, I might go live again tonight. So stick with this, and look for me on Instagram or Twitter. I will post when I go live again. For now, please, if you don't think anything else from me tonight, heed these warnings. Any other warnings that we get, take them seriously. We might have already had a tornado that hit Sunbury. We might have already had a tornado that hit Delaware. And we could have a developing tornado out here in Urbana that's headed right for Columbus. So please, if you hear a tornado warning in Columbus, take it seriously. All right, guys. Really appreciate it. I will be back. Have a great night.